but we try to manage to incorporate and include as much as we can. So the submissions came from different parts of the world, from across Africa, from Europe, and from Asia, reflecting a growing and infusing global relevance to the topics that we are addressing today. Next slide, please, Dano. So before I go into the seminar logistics, I would just like to give you a little bit of background about the Architecture and Urbanism Research Group at the University of Leeds. So the Architecture and Urbanism Group was founded in 2018, and we have over 30 members across the group, between PhD students and early career researchers and research fellows as well. We are a very multidisciplinary group. We are interested, we are interested in, it's slide number 3, Dano. Yeah, apologies everyone for that. So as I just mentioned, the Architecture and Urbanism Group was founded in 2018, and we have over 30 members. Between PhD students, we have a wide range of PhD students, which Dano is part of that community as well, early career researchers and research fellows as well, who collaborate and work with us in supporting our funded research projects across the globe. We are a very multidisciplinary group, and we are so interested in conducting research and practice in architecture in relation to the built environment. We incorporate and we interpret architecture as a human and societal construct, which covers a very broad spectrum of social, cultural, and technical product as buildings, as objects, and hence our key interest is always about creative explorations and experimentation, and looking at the relationship between the process and the product of architectural practice. Our research ranges from architectural and urban design interpretations, policies, guidelines, up to interventions and engagement on a grassroots level, and share a commitment to sustainable development. So a lot of the work that we do is engaging communities and looking at the kind of impact that we can deliver. We also focus on heritage, so heritage and heritage conservation matters and domains, which emphasizing on our understanding of the practice and the methods for heritage preservation. So we're not only looking at how can we apply adaptive reuse of buildings, but also what does that transformation mean, and what does that regeneration means for people and communities who have the exact memories, who is behind that. So we're also motivated by the desire to achieve significant impact on that and the respective local context in which we work. The work we have done varies between Jordan, we have worked in India, we have been working in Libya, we have been working in Kosovo, in Lebanon. The list is long, and we were really inspired by how every community has its own ways of preserving heritage, and what do we learn from them rather than them learning from us. We lead a number of pioneering projects spanning across multiple cities, as I just mentioned, and all the big umbrella that really fosters what we do is under the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which represents our aspiration for a more of a sustainable future. The group as a whole is very active in hosting and delivering public engagement events, similar like that, conferences, workshops, training, and we provide opportunities for networking and scholarly exchange and development, in addition to doctoral and early career research opportunities all the way. Next slide, please. So why are we talking about spaces activated now, why this is very important, and why is it timely? And I think investigating vacant spaces and the intervention that transforms them is very important, because these places reveal how cities truly work and how do they operate, not only through what is planned, but also through what the people do. I think it's the spatial practices of people, the communities who operate in those spaces, what shapes how those spaces look like. So when it comes to vacant spaces, they may appear as empty, they may appear as abandoned or valueless, yet they often make the most revealing micro landscape of human adaptability and showing community resilience and everyday creativity. They reveal a lot. When we study how residents and how youth group and how people, how artists, informal communities, and even ecological processes appropriate and reshape those spaces to make them usable and functional, we begin to see the alternative forms of public life that falls outside the conventional urban design. This is what we are interested in. So those spaces really remind us that the city is not fixed, but it's continuously made and remade as well. We're talking about placemaking, place remaking, to show how the social practices and the interventions of people operate and work and shape the city. So understanding vacancy really allows us to imagine more inclusive, flexible and responsive urban futures, one that emerge not only from the master plans and drawing them on paper, but also from recognizing the potential of where others see none. Next slide, please. So the seminar today is really, we have three main themes to investigate the questions and the arguments that we have just mentioned. The first one is about urban actors driving bottom-up and hybrid spaces activation. The second theme is about vacant urban spaces and alternative potentials. And the third and the final session is about using urban vacant spaces differently. As I said at the start, we are so delighted that we are having 18 presenters today who will share their work. They are organized according to topic and theme into the sessions, and each presentation will have 10 minutes. We will be keeping the time, an eye on the time to make sure that we're not exceeding the time as much as possible. Every session and every theme will be chaired by one of our excellent, amazing postgraduate research students, the PhDs, Danu, Roxana, and Saja. And they're all PhD students in the architecture and urbanism group at different levels of progression. So we hope really that all of you will gain more inspiration and reflection from the various talks today, and we welcome everyone to please interact and share any questions or reflections in the Q&A session, and please also use the chat box in the Teams to put any reflection, and please ask questions, and our session chairs will be harvesting those and bringing them to the audience. We will also have 30 minutes of a lunch break between session 2 and session 3. So during that time, we will keep Teams open. It's not closed, but we will just switch off our cameras and our voices, and then we will be returning back once again. Next slide, please. So how many? We have about 40. We have about 85 registered for the event today, which we're really happy and delighted about that. 40 of them are now in the meeting, and hopefully more will be coming and to join us as we go further. On that note as well, I am really delighted to welcome our keynote lecture delivered by Dr. Widiyani, the Assistant Professor in Architecture at Institut Teknologi Bandung, ITB. And her talk is titled Tactical Approaches to Activating Vacant Spaces, Insights from South Asia for Global Urban Futures. Widiyani earned her PhD focusing on decision-making in retail environments, and she served as a chair of the RT-Polis from 2020 to 2024, an international conference that brings theoretical discussions of placemaking with practical community needs. She is currently preparing the RT-Polis 2026 in a renewed format, and we all warmly invite you to stay connected for future updates on that. Hopefully it happens through us, but please get in touch directly. Her research examines how facilities and functions activate places and shape human behavior and social interaction. She spent 6 years volunteering in the Netherlands, assisting with events and serving as a guide, honing her ability to communicate design concepts to the public. Dedicated to future placemakers, she taught placemaking at ITB since 2021. She organized annual international summer schools, founded Placemaking Indonesia in 2024, and was awarded the Australia Award Fellowship in 2025 to further develop walkable placemaking activities. Last slide, please, Dano. So With that, please, we hope this seminar will serve our productive platform for opening a dialogue, reflection, and collaboration with all of you. So once the seminar is done, please don't forget about us. Get in touch. We're happy to hear from all of you all the time. We're happy for any forms of collaboration and working together. If you are an early career researcher or you're a PhD student as well, please get in touch with us. I'm sure that we're going to learn from each other a lot. But without any further delay, let's welcome our keynote speaker. And Widiyani, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Sally. Good morning, everyone. Good evening or good afternoon. It was such a pleasure that I was invited to this interesting public seminar. Thank you for the kind of introduction. So, actually, I will start with the a little story why I present this title. So my research journey began with a simply curiosity about human behavior in architecture and urbanism, how we move, interact, and inhabit the spaces around us. After years of observing facilities and public places, my focus shifted toward placemaking 5 years ago. Yes, it was mentioned by Prof. Selim that the catalyst for this shift was my role as a chairman of the Artipolis, a biennial international conference in architecture and urbanism. That experience pushed me to look deeper. I wanted to move beyond just discussing urban design to actually practicing it. Since then, through my academic courses, I've committed to a cycle, a deep study, and real-world implementation at least twice a year, 2 times in a year. And today, I'm excited to synthesize those years of learning into a discussion on tactical approach to activating vacant spaces. I'll be sharing insight from Southeast Asia that I believe offer vital lessons for the future of urban centers globally. When we see the vacant space like this in this image, I think everyone agree with me. We want to do something. We feel like why this place, it's a good place, but it's abandoned. There's no activity. And then we want to activate it. But to understand activation, we must also think that, yes, the city has a room or a space for any kind of possibility, but to do it or to see it, we also understand that the city is not only a collection of fixed objects, but a space of possibility where capacity is real, even if not actualized. We can see that the vacant space is not only empty. It's a dormant assemblage waiting for a catalyst, whether to be human, actors, regulatory shifts, or physical loose parts. So we also need to prioritizing connections and flows of desire over static identities. And we need also to be able to recognizing non-human agency. For example, is there any infrastructure? How is the weather? What about the debris? While we want to activate the place. And as a planner or architects, sometimes we are trained to read the global picture. In this image, when we look at and we see a void, a gap, a failure of development, maybe we already consider this is a negative space. Is this a real vacant space? Maybe we consider this space vacant because it lacks of activity. It has Deborah. This is a negative space. There are a lot of gravity. But when I change the question, is this space perceived as a vacant space? Is there an absence of users? Is the space underused? Of course, the answer should be based on who you are or based on the person. So let's see, if we ask the person in this picture, perhaps his answer could be different according to the answer from us. So the negative and positive of public space depend on the who perceive the space. Why do we call a space vacant when it is full of people? In the global south, there's no such thing as an empty or void. The moment state control loosens, space is immediately occupied by informal flows. Let's see squatters, maybe homeless, beggars, weeds, street vendors, and also waste recyclers. When we see this space in the morning, maybe it looks empty. But if you walk into the same place at after 6 p.m., maybe this is what you encounter. On a certain time, it may be look like a vacant, but for the community, however, it is already full. It is full of smells, full of commerce, full of negotiated social contracts. And this is not an absence of use, but an absence of visibility to the state. So to understand the vacant space, we need to look beyond physical emptiness and examine how actors control or enroll other actors, both human or also non-human, into dynamic relationship. So vacancy is, if we see vacancy is an absence, maybe it's not an absence, but it lacks formal capital. It lacks a building permit. It lacks a permanent structure. And then when we notice this, we want to make a trial, a test to make a temporary activity or events that we call it as tactical event. So our aim actually is to make it fun, to make it more life usable and not abandoned. So the tactical urbanism means short-term testing or navigating the gap between survival and state of neglect. This is the picture of Bandung flyover at Pasupati that formerly was a place like nobody's place, and then due to the a lot of Gojek is an online transportation, and the driver doesn't have a garage. They park their cars, their vehicles here, and then a leader champion replaces it into a football or a futsal field, and this happens for a certain time because they don't have any fences, and then after like 3 months it becomes a parking again. And now the government decided to make it with fence so no one can park here. This failure actually because of the differences of thought. The first one is a desire, and the second one is need. A critical distinction in the literature, for example, highlighted by Devlin, is looking at the motivation behind the activation. Always, in the Southeast Asia, for example, we always see the Western part, the Western ideology, the Western references, that in the West, we see tactical urbanism as a pursuit of desire. Parklets and pop-up plaza, if there are a space that is able to be used by community, you can make it like a parklet or not little by little, but in some stages, we change it and replace it into a public space. But in the global South context, specifically utilizing insights, we see activation born of need. This is not temporary in the sense of festival, even though they are colorful and also with the artists, but it is permanently impermanent. Infrastructure for survival. The color or the graffiti is only make us happy, but at the same time, it's a fiction because we only adore the environment without being able to use it. So this leads us to the problem of tactical urbanism. While in the global north, this is a choice, or in the western, this is a choice. It is a lighter, quicker, cheaper strategy to test ideas and raise property values. It is often a performance of informality that we pretend to be rough, for example, maybe because of low cost, but it looks cool and often serves as a factor for gentrification or austerity urbanism. And this is what sometimes people in the Southeast see, or in the South part see it as a cool place, or placemaking should be like colorful or look like as it is. But if we see in the global South, tactical urbanism is not a choice. It is a necessity because we need a place to park our car, because we need to move and there's a traffic. So we use the sidewalk as a road to go through. It is a bricolage, making do with whatever is at hand because the formal system has failed. And it is resilience, not the buzzword, but the actually ability to survive a traffic or an eviction. So the question is, what will happen if we stop trying to apply the lighter, quicker, cheaper logic to a survival context? If we see this image, activating vacancy in the South is not about filling a hole. It is about negotiating a presence. We can see here we need to negotiate with those who made the graffiti. We also need to negotiate to those who were squatting. And then we need to negotiate to those who throw the waste, or everyone who use this place. So we are not bringing life to a dead space, but we are formalizing life that is already there, but invisible to the state of our eyes. This is from what I saw in a small abandoned area in Bangkok during the Bangkok Design Week last year. Artists sometimes feel that this is a kind of activation because we want to build something that will be used by community. But what is already happening here that we don't see? Do we see who normally use this place? Or do we also include others who live nearby? I remember a state from Abdul Malik Simone that mentioned when a space has no infrastructure or nothing, human beings could be the replacement. So structures can be human being if there's no infrastructure, but indeed the infrastructure itself, or maybe nature, ecology, also involved in this part. So from my experience, what is tactical urbanism? If the Western definition is lighter, quicker, cheaper as a choice to make a temporary urbanism as a stepping stone to something permanent later on, in Global South, it's about survival, bricolage, resilience, and it's a necessity. Reframing permanently impermanent as a resilience strategy. So this means we navigating the gap between survival and state of neglected. And tactics of the invisible is not about placing furniture, but it's about connecting the invisible actors. But who are the actors? We see a lot of opportunity. If we see this kind of space, we can start by thinking relational think. We should know the identity of places, people, and things that are not fixed, but also constituted by the connection, flow, and alliances between them. We need to know the history, perhaps also why the aesthetics are like this, scientific with scientific part, what are the new information, the new data, maybe also from the social part, spiritual, the ghost story. So we can reduce conflict of prevention, we can treat local knowledge and significant analysis as assets, then we can also anchor new urban intervention. Integration with repositories of memories and potential will also can make this place has more sense of belonging to the community themselves and also become an identity for the users. Urbanism is tactical as leisure or tactical as survival. Even though in some cases we can do both, but in the Global South, we need first to think as a survival. Vacancy is a problem of visibility and not the emptiness. So if we see some places are empty, that's perhaps because of the time is not the perfect time when people are coming. So I will provoke you to move from tactical urbanism to insurgent citizenship with the political will. So who is responsible for improving the city? Not just us, but we need to accelerate the assemblage of people, infrastructures, and ghost or something that is invisible and hidden. Well, Jane Jacobs said new ideas must use old buildings, but in the South, new ideas must use visible and invisible networks. As you can see here, this is our project experiment where we put a mirror for vehicles in the pedestrian way, and then we put post-it and just put one poster, one notes, and mention about critical things. And then it started that everyone take a picture, and then they also put some notes. So actually, this is something that invisible, but then if we see people like come and goes, and then they put the news message or as a critic thing. So what I want to say is dynamic of time. The concept of the permanently impermanent, while Stephen and Dofi talk about, in the global north, we often use temporary uses as a placeholder for permanent real estate development, a gap filler. That's why when we apply it or implement it in the Southeast Asia, for example, then it changed into gentrification, mostly turn into gentrification. The temporary is the urban condition. But while we moving, feeling lost time to seizing moments of opportunity, and then to see the temporary intervention become the most durable forms of urban character, then this offers a model for resilience. Cities that can adapt rapidly to climate or economic shocks because they are not rigidly finished. So Southeast Asian urbanism accepts constant flux as the status quo. So we never finished because there's no fixed rules or regulation. Let's see the example how sometimes the architects or the designer replace or see the authentic bottom-up activation for livelihood. For example, at the Bangkok street food, where everyone do this for a living, for a survival, and then move the same scenery at the food court at Siam Paragon as commercialized stimulation. This is also happened in Bandung, in Indonesia. So to see this, we must be critical of our own discipline and how we import the street food or laneway culture into Western planning. We often strip it of its socio-spatial roots. We create theme parks of informality, stimulation that serve the neoliberal economy rather than the community themselves. So it's not that true activation must support the livelihood of the original occupants, not just leisure of the newcomers. So the challenge of research in Blok, actually, we need to see from site plan to time lapse. That site plans mostly are fixed or static into something more kinetic and temporary. To see demographic data, which is fixed or stable, into narrative data, which has more information from the invisible things, like using cultural mapping or NCCA. And then from object to network, to see how these are related to each other. Assemblage analysis. So if we see the application for global key takeaway, we need to see expectancy. We see that insight from Southeast Asia teach us that the city is not static, object to be filled, but a dynamic assemblage to be curated. If we are to design resilient global futures, we must learn to plan for the unplanned. We have to do the need over desire, and then following the informal, the temporary, and the invisible layers of heritage that define the soul of the city. Capacity is not simply found, but emerged from the interrelation between people and the things. It's a useful tool for thinking because it also common language in the development industry. So whatever approach you take, whatever it's a tactical, be as a leisure, or tactical as a survival you've been done so far, I believe that action is always better than doing nothing. But I invite you to take one step further from now on. Let's not just look at the surface of a place. Let's consider its capacity. Let's use assemblage thinking to see the full network of actors involved. If we can see the invisible, we can design for the reality, not just the fantasy.
Thank you very, very much, Widiyani. I think that has been a very inspiring talk and discussion, and reflecting more on case studies and best practice. And I think I'm sure that there will be a lot of questions from the floor. Maybe if anybody wants, we can have a couple of minutes. If there's any questions from the floor, please raise your hand, introduce yourself, and go ahead. We're happy to take one or two questions before we move into the first session. Any questions from the floor? Maybe I just have one question. Maybe it's a very naive question, but I think one of the things is that we are trying to understand, what do we mean by vacant spaces? What do they actually mean? It's not just an empty place. It's not just a place that has no activity. And I think from the research and the scholarship, we're starting to understand more and more that defining a vacant space is different from place to place, from country to country, from region to region. So, like in your context, how do you think it's different from the global definition of vacant space? What makes it maybe unique or different from other places?
Okay, thank you for the question, Prof. Selim. Yeah, I was thinking, normally I also started with when I teach, I started with the lighter, cheaper, and quicker. And then sometimes it failed because by only understanding lighter, quicker, cheaper, and then following what Western part did, sometimes we failed on understanding actually who used the space. Who used the space in a sense that sometimes architects or planners perceive the place from their own perspectives and not seeing more details, because the informality in Western part is less than in South part. So, for example, with the street vendors, we don't have Yeah, we do have rules, regulation, for example, that you cannot sell things there, for example, by a regulation. But because there are buyers, and buyers are, I mean, those who want to buy are really like a lot more than the demand is more than it's expected in Western part. So the supplier always there, and we cannot stop it, because in some reasons we know that they come from that area, and then that's the main economic activities they can do. So it's a kind of bias. That's why we see a bit different. If we do it by regulation, it's more difficult than the normal things is we need to adapt with that. Perhaps that's
absolutely. I totally agree with you, and I think we can just continue talking about this dilemma of understanding the relationship between global north and global south in terms of understanding issues of the more broader of placemaking as well. But I think, looking at the current practices and community-led practices in developing those spaces, I think this is a very hot topic at the moment, and most of us will be interested to hear more about it. But thanks a lot, Widiyani. Any other questions from the floor?
Yeah, so I was just thinking, is it possible? I know I'm from Bangladesh, so I know why it is important to enhance the roadside informal activity, and we also always have debate in our country regarding this. So I was just thinking, as we are heading towards a digital world, is it somehow possible to use GPS tracking or any app-based platform to support this kind of informal networks instead of forcing them to get into a unsustainable structure? Is it something we can think of? Is it happening anywhere in the world?
Well, thank you for the question, Farhana. I think this is a good idea, although I might say, is it ethical? We must see from that side. But what I know, actually the online app, for example, the food deliver online, always have a track on this kind of informality, especially in Indonesia. Almost every street vendors has a QR code that we can connect with our mobile phone without them notice that actually this is also collecting data. But I don't think the app provider consider this to make a kind of placemaking or use this data for this kind of purpose. They more use the formal one to sell it, to sell the data for the property or real estate developers to start new commercials or something. So I think if we can start telling them and telling them the purpose of using this kind of GPS and how this the data can also help them to be more powerful or to be more structured, maybe it's a good idea, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And we also have a question from Richard. Richard, are you there? No, I think he left. I see the... Right, so we will go to Riza's question. Riza, would you like to open your camera and ask the question yourself until Richard is back?
Okay, thank you, Prof. Jihan. I'm sorry I cannot activate my
camera.
Right,
that's fine.
Glad to meet you again, Prof. Widi. Hi, Thank you for your valuable sharing this morning. So, because I'm from Indonesia and Bandung is one of the examples that you present today, and it's really give me a recall about the real situation that in Indonesia, like every vacant spaces is very fast to occupied by street vendors. So about this thing, so from your perspective, should we view the rapid occupation of vacant space by street vendors or pedagang kaki lima as a planning failure, or as a form of tactical urbanism that reflect the real organic demand of the city? Because sometimes we also cannot, as an urban planner, we also cannot control this, situation, because sometimes the government, or not the government, the local government or some stakeholder give them a backup to do that kind of occupation.
Yeah, this is an interesting question and difficult to answer, I think, because first of all, we have a different definition of street vendors. If it's a real street vendors, if I compare, for example, to Australia, when we call a small entrepreneurship, the small entrepreneurs organization, it should be like someone who only can rent a kind of 6 square meters. And this is the only one of the business he run. But in Indonesia, the street vendors sometimes able to have like 2 or 3, even 12, and we still count them as a street vendors, as a small entrepreneur, and this is mixed bias. If we just see it as a real definition of street vendors, is only one. He does it as a for his own economic life. I think it's more towards not a planning failure, but it's more towards a tactical urbanism, because then they can just occupy on a certain time and then they move, and the place will be replaced by others' activity. But the problem in most of the country in the south, they stay there. The stall stay there and they wrap it and they leave it. This is actually makes a failure. So I might say maybe we should first prepare how by the design, how to make them not really like to stay there, not attached with the place, but more moving and more changing from place to places. That's what I can say. I don't have any idea.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Widi, for the answer.
Thank you so much. I think we will hold the questions now to start the session as soon as possible, and then we can have more, hopefully, in the Q&A session afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay, shall I continue for the session, Professor Jan? Okay. Yeah. Thank you once again. Sorry for the misunderstanding of the. There is a lot of chat discussion in the chat box, so sometimes it's quite busy. Thank you, Dr. Widiyani, for the insightful moments. And yes, now we are going to the next session, the first one. So we got 6 presenters, and Disused, so if you're already ready with your slides, you can try to share your screen.
Perfect. I'll do that just now. You able to see that?
Yes, I can see. Before you start, I will also mention that in the chat box, there are separate between chat box and Q&A sections. you can also send your questions for the audiences in the Q&A sections to make it like separate between chat and questions. Sometimes the chairs usually confused between chats and questions. So we can use these tools from MS Teams to do to avoid confusion. Okay, Tisetso, the time is yours.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Greetings, colleagues. My name is Disused Mufokeng. I'm a researcher and interior design lecturer and the co-lead of the Girls Make the City Cape Town chapter based in South Africa. My work focuses on gender-sensitive planning and how Afrofeminist approaches can transform the way we understand and design public space. Today, I'm honored to share insights from phase 2 of the Girls Make the City project titled Reclaiming Urban Voids, Girls Every Day, and Intentional Transformation of Vacant Spaces in Langa, Cape Town. This presentation contributes to the theme Beyond the Void by reframing vacant and residual spaces as sites of everyday activation through informal practices. Briefly about myself. My academic background spans architecture, urban planning, and currently a PhD exploring sensorial planning and Afrofeminism in African public spaces. Much of my work is grounded in township contexts where everyday acts of care, improvisation, and informality shape spatial use. Alongside my research, I co-lead Girls Make the City, and the Langa chapter forms the foundation of today's presentation. Girls Make the City is a Wetopia project. Wetopia challenges the traditional idea that policy should act as an umbrella over society. Instead, it proposes a boat model where everyone rows together. Our work is guided by 3 core principles: the power of us, collective knowledge; the power of place, grounded contextual understanding; the power of doing, learning through action. And the Cape Town chapter is inspired by the Brussels initiative and rooted in regenerative and everyday urbanism, using lived experiences to understand how girls navigate public spaces. Today's presentation is structured as follows. I'll begin by introducing the site and context of the Langa chapter. I'll then walk through the goals, observation, and proposals under 3 themes: vitality, viability, and freedom. From there, I'll share how girls brought their visions to life through 5 pathways: girls remember, girls move, girls learn, girls get confident, and girls feel safe. I'll close with 1 intervention example, concept 1, a wall of Langa females, followed by key takeaways. Langa is the oldest Black township in Cape Town, rich in culture, history, and resilience. However, like many townships in South Africa, Langa continues to face apartheid spatial legacies, gender-based violence, limited night-time mobility, and exclusion, particularly for young girls. Teenage girls experience heightened vulnerability and restricted movement, making Langa a critical site to explore how urban voids are navigated, avoided, and reclaimed. Our first workshop took place on the 28th of October 2023 at the Monobisi Center. After extensive community engagement, we began with a method called Walking the Neighborhood. Girls were asked to walk through the public spaces around the center and advise how these spaces could be made more vital, viable, and free for them. Through this walk, girls identified spaces that did not serve them, many of which could be described as urban voids or residual spaces, and critically reflected on their everyday experiences within them. Under vitality, girls propose more child-friendly spaces, night netball games to activate public spaces, adding color through flower gardens and wall art, partnerships with the city to access spaces like Gugastebe, a community center within the context, without cost. These ideas reflect informal and low-cost urban activation where life, color, and presence become tools of transformation. Under viability, goals highlighted the Monabisi as safe and accessible, a place of learning around sexual health and self-expression, a protected space for sports and female-led activities. They also raised concerns about abandoned churches and poorly maintained buildings, unsafe streets lacking greenery and supervision, limited access to community halls, and here neglect was clearly linked to danger, especially for girls. For freedom, goals imagined more inclusive and flexible uses of space, expanding sports and learning at Monabisi, closed kid-friendly streets once or twice a month, street carnivals connecting elders and youth, reclaiming abandoned churches for play, mentoring, gardening, and art, karate, and public safety lessons to build confidence. These proposals demonstrate how informal practices enable freedom in spaces that are otherwise restrictive. Workshops 2 and 3 focused on identifying paths of potential and defining roles and interventions. Girls translated their observations into spatial ideas around infrastructure, activities, and environment, imagining a future Langa shaped by vitality and freedom. Under Girls Remember, the girls proposed a wall of female fame and pride, street names, exhibitions, and events celebrating Langa women. These interventions reframe walls and streets often seen as leftover spaces into sites of memory and affirmation. Girls Move focused on reclaiming movement through space, walk Langa as sisters sports circuits, safe walking and running paths, open streets, and signalization. Movement becomes both an act of safety and spatial claim. Under Girls Learn, proposals include leadership, self-defense, and sisterhood program, learning alongside boys through partnerships and collaborations with local organizations. Learning extends beyond buildings into streets, halls, and everyday spaces. Girls Get Confident focused on belonging and visibility. Confidence walks and fashion shows. Girls Open Streets, sports team and talent programs, one-on-one counseling. Confidence here is spatial. It grows through presence and participation. Girls Feel Safe emphasize collaboration, networks of organization, weekend access to safe spaces, information hubs, city-led measures such as lighting and safety patrols. Safety is framed as collective and spatial, not individual. During workshop 4 at Zaid's Mocha Museum, girls refined 5 strong intervention concepts. I'll focus on concept 1, a wall of Langa females. This intervention proposes transforming an ordinary wall into a celebration of women's influence in Langa. Younger female street artists would depict both well-known and everyday women, accompanied by names and stories. The project activates an overlooked surface through art, memory, and informal cultural production. To conclude, urban voids are not empty. They are lived, felt, and negotiated. Girls already activate space through informal practices. Care, memory, and movement are powerful planning tools, and planning must learn from everyday spatial knowledge. Finally, I invite you to support and engage with current and upcoming Girls Make the City chapters as we continue learning from girls as urban experts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tessa. So that's such a wonderful presentation, and thank you for stick to the 10 minutes allocation presentations. Thank you so much, and we will get the Q&A section at the last session of the first session. Okay, we go straight forward to the next presentations. It's from Federico Cameron and Arturo Vicente Ruiz. Are you with us today?
Yeah. We are here.
Yes.
Well,
okay.
I will present because it's better 1 than 2, so it's not a problem. Arturo is here.
Okay, Federico, how are you? Nice to meet you again after the
Yeah,
virtual
me
session.
too. Everything is fine. Thank you for this occasion to be here together, and it's very important, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. And Federico and Arturo will present. The title is Experimental Urbanism in Disused Military Barracks, Insights from 3 Cases in Central and Eastern Europe. Federico, the time is yours. I will remind you if it's like 2 more minutes left.
Thank you so much. I will put my chronometer in order to be on time. So thank you, everybody. Here, I will go directly to the point. The presentation regards a work on a national research project I achieved, and also what my PhD student Arturo Vicente Ruiz is going to do. We focus on former military sites, not just in Spain, but across Europe. And in this case, we are going to present you some research we have been carried out on the Central Eastern Europe. Despite so, I will start to say that, well, generally speaking, as far as we know, after the Cold War ended, many countries released gradually many kinds of military assets, barracks, airports, deposits, warehouses, and so on. And this has to do with a great amount of abandoned land that required a land use change, in which local communities expect public, social, economic, and environmental benefits. But there has been, at least in Europe and in the USA, a tendency of privatization on the ground of the neoliberal approaches to public policies. So, well, I'm researching this field area since 2014, I would say. So, starting from a wider research, well, we found out that across Europe there are many difficulties for the redevelopment due to financial approach that try to retain, in which public bodies are likely to retain a financial interest in the redevelopment, the role and competence overlays between the state and local authorities, the advantageous position by the Minister of Defense, also the lack of knowledge about the current state of the barracks due to military secrets. And the redevelopment is also made difficult by the implicit characteristics, not only of barracks, but also other kinds of premises. Then we experienced since the early 1990s a number of crises of building industries and the real estate markets, which have highly influenced the redevelopment, blocking them specifically. And then the lack of the state public resources and the constraint imposed by Stability Pact, especially after the 2007-8 worldwide crisis. We found that there are not just hindering factors at institutional level regarding an understanding of the presence of abandoned military land in Italy and abroad, but also many research gaps that we try to partially fill up. I won't stay here quite a lot, but just to contextualize. So, regarding the disciplines that have dealt with this theme, well, we concentrate on the literature on the military real estate assets intended as commons, among many other themes. So what we are trying to do here is to extend the knowledge on bottom-up and hybrid initiatives in activated empty military space in Central and Eastern Europe. We try to decipher the triggers of the transformation, their current status, and the threat to the current use to come to a halt, specifically because they're intended as urban commons. And we do so through the lens of the Ostrom's 8 design principles for the successful management of commons. So we want to demonstrate the role played by urban actors and the potential risks related to the profit-oriented approach on these areas. The methods we use, well, we divide. There were 2 phases in which we screen the relevant peer-review publication, specifically on the theme of abandoning and redeveloping military land in Central Eastern Europe. Then we search specifically also for that specific case of urban commons. Among 45 publications that deal with military land, we found out just 3 in some ways are concerned about military land intended as urban commons. And then we also screen the planning guidelines, the national local newspapers. By translating them, it was quite difficult for us because, yes, we are from the Latin part of Europe, so it takes time. And we also perform fieldwork with specific interviews with the actors involved in the management of each site. And in these specific interviews, we asked to assign a punctuation according to the empirical manifestation and the degree of intensities of the 8 design principles by Ostroms. 0 is absent, 1 is weak, 2 moderate, and 3 strong. So here on your left, you can see all the 8 principles. I'm not going to explain everything, unfortunately, but I hope you are aware of them. So here the localization of the 3 areas in Czech Republic, Croatia, and Slovenia. So here you can see the characteristics of these areas, which are located in the urban centers or the first peripheries of Pula, Ljubljana, and Prague. We saw their characteristics in terms of surface, they are construction, abandonment, the reuse, if they are listed as cultural heritage, the ownership, and top-down, the use of top-down or bottom-up approaches in their development, which for each case, well, we see that at the end, a bottom-up action was at the very beginning of the reuse. Here, just to show you also some pictures, I won't stay here also longer, but we can see here in the case of Kasarna Karlin in Prague that open and built spaces are used as temporary activities, for temporary activities, sorry. Here we can see, for instance, a chronology we made for each of the 3 sites in order to understand everything. Here it was a slide repeated, sorry. This is the case of Metelkova Barracks, which is quite famous as a squatting area since the mid-1990s, which is still ongoing. And some pictures here. It was difficult also to go there and take some photos because there were some difficulties in accessing and made the fieldwork there because they don't want people to go there to do analysis or academic research. And well, here maybe I arrived very soon to the discussion and conclusion. And also I didn't show you the table. Yes, here, the Ostrom design principles. Well, we saw that the most relevant case of good management according to Ostrom design principles is tied to Roic Community Center in Pula, Croatia. Here, many of the Ostrom principles were classified as high, such as the clearly defined boundaries, because there are a very good ways to manage this site with respect to Metelkova and then Kasarna Karlin. Kasarna Karlin is instead the worst punctuation, because in this case it was the Ministry of Defense and then the Ministry of Justice that handled over the management of this area to a collective organization to create temporary activities. But then the property was handed over to the city council, which has a profit-driven approach to that. And this is why many values of the punctuation are 0, for instance, in the graduate sanctions for entering or creating some problems within the area, the right to organize, which is not quite a right, and the presence of nested enterprises. So, well, I go just through the discussion and the conclusion.
Sorry, Federico, it's less than 1 minute left. Thank you.
Yes. I have 15 seconds. We saw the informal reuses through squatting. In the case of Pula and Ljubljana, in Prague, a culture-led regeneration approach initiated by the state. And there are also many bottom-up and top-down dynamics that have an interplay between them. And all cases, we saw that evolved into recognized cultural hubs. There are also institutional and civic support to that for creating a better relationship with the local population and the squatting, with the citizen mobilization and also public support to them. But at the same time, there are also the fragility. We found out the fragility of the collaborative governance. There are tensions between the economic approach and the community-led initiatives, and uncertain long-term protection to that because of the speculative approach applied to the built environment. But these sites matter because cities lacked space for alternative culture, and they became place for experimentation and social and cultural commons. And here I end the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Federico, for your presentation. I believe many cities have similar military abandoned spaces problems, so we can learn from your presentation. Thank you so much. And we go straight forward to the third presenter in this first session, coming from Finca Aldavia and Alvin Akbar. Are you here with us?
Yes, hello, Danur.
Hi, hello, Alvin.
Our voice is audible?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Can you hear me clearly?
Oh, yes, I can also hear you, but I cannot see your camera. Oh, yeah, I can see you. Yes.
Because we're using the same device.
Okay. Yes, I also can see your slides now. Okay, Finca Aldavia and Alvin will present the title Designing Responsive Environments, Tactical Urbanisms, and Interim Revitalization of Decaying Blok M Terminal from Jakarta, Indonesia. Time is yours. 10 minutes. I will remind you if 1 minute or 2 minutes left. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Danu. Hi, good morning, everyone. We are Finca and Alvin from MRT Jakarta, Indonesia. Today, we are going to share bits of the legendary Blok M transformation story from the city metro operator's perspective, which has fortunately captured the opportunity to bring Blok M back to life from its downfall, with only minor but mostly human-centered interventions. Let us begin by showing you what Blok M really is. So this is Blok M, then and now. As you just saw, Blok M is a lively area located in Jakarta city center. It dates back to the 60s, and it was primarily designed as a public space area combined with commercialization. The original purpose has never changed for decades, but in real-life implementation, Blok M has faced its peak as well as its dark age. Now we want to bring you more context about Blok M. In the early stage of its development, the South Jakarta area is designed as a satellite city. It was divided into blocks, and you can see the tiny M in the middle. It's Blok M, the public space and commercial area where people gather and commute. In the 60s, it was enhanced by the opening of Blok M market, followed by the rapid growth of commercialization surrounding the area. As the Western media influence was also rapidly evolving in that era, Blok M became the place where all the trendy stuff was available. Name it, roller skate disco, American diner restaurants, the first KFC chain in the city, it was all in Blok M. People come to places, which means they are mobile. The government captured the needs and built the Blok M terminal in 1993, along with the interconnected underground mall. This development brought Blok M to its peak during the 90s until the early 2000s. And right after, this is where it gets interesting. Life after 2000 was a bit disorienting for us Jakartans, and we believe it's mainly because the growth of public transportation was way slower compared to the demographic boom.
and the city was somehow leaning towards car-oriented development. So Block M was once left behind, as it was never designed for exclusivity. And the condition worsened when MRT construction took place, blocking the access, and also COVID hit. But somewhere in between, the political will was actually shifting. The public was given hope when the first BRT system launched, even though it was still coexisting with the underregulated private buses, namely Metro Mini and Kopaja. And 2019 proved how the government is preparing to bring the city forward. This is where the urban policy revealed its new shape. When MRT Jakarta opened its doors for its first public operation with Blok M station, the Transportation Agency of Jakarta discarded the operation license of Metro Mini and Kopaja. Blok M area then back accessible for the public with a whole new polished, reliable transport system. So MRT Jakarta isn't solely a metro operator. When the government formed the company, it was given 3 mandates: construction and operation of the railway services, plus a room for transit areas development. The last mandate is where it's getting interesting again. Though MRT Jakarta is a provincial government-owned company, there is no government budget allocated for TOD projects. We have to think outside the box about how to design and finance the project sustainably. But let's not talk about that yet, because Alvin will explain about it later. I want to show you how we are answering the integration aspects needed to bring Blok M back to life. With MRT Jakarta's interventions, Blok M is now serving MRT and BRT services, where Governor Pramono just launched new BRT lines connecting Blok M with the suburbs. MRT Jakarta is also in charge to the renewal of urban design guidelines, where we had successfully restored one of the public parks there. And lastly, the most important thing is that we keep on engaging the regulators to implement policies and programs in support to Blok M development. Last year, Blok M was where the government's program to Jakarta 5 centuries anniversary took place, along with promoting Blok M as Jakarta's epicentrum of ASEAN host city, since the ASEAN headquarters is located in the area. Now, Blok M has all the spotlight, both the government and the public interest. So this is a brief look at how Blok M was before MRT Jakarta jumped into the picture. The public park was abandoned. The access and the public facilities were broken. And we were left with a blank space under the ground, the Blok M terminal and its mall, where all shops have closed their doors. Nobody went there, and it was a completely ghost town. Now, Alfie will show off the new Blok M after the tactical urbanism was implemented.
Yes, thank you, Finca. I'll continue. So this is the diagram. Following the story of declining of Blok M terminal, US MRT Jakarta stepped in as a catalyst for change by acquiring these assets. While our long-term vision is a high-density mixed-use TOD, we know the road through bureaucracy and investment is long. In the meantime, we are taking the initiative to transform Blok M during this transition era, restoring its former glory and reclaiming its identity as a vibrant, inclusive space where the community can truly gather. The process of making Blok M responsive, drawing from Ian Bentley's responsive environments, we aim to transform the decaying Blok M terminal into a democratic space that maximizes user choice, synthesizing the concept of responsive environment to inform a comprehensive spatial and physical intervention. By applying core principles like permeability and legibility, we are revitalizing the area through walkability improvements, rebranding the Blok M terminal and its underground mall as a Blok M hub, and inviting active public participation. This intervention fosters authentic placemaking and vibrant commercialization, turning a stagnant transit point into a highly responsive and inclusive urban destination. We also carry a minimal physical renovation that delivers a significant spatial impact, such as by enhancing the light and transforming roadways into shared surface with large trees and tree grades, redesigning the entrance to serve as a distinctive gateway with a unique architectural character. We are creating a more human-centered urban fabric. And this is the public involvement is a key to returning Blok M to the people. We collaborated with the private sector to hold a design competition aimed at transforming the terminal aging interior. The response was overwhelming, involving up to 52 submitters, those selected to present the community's choice. The chosen one is Betawi Mosaic, which individuals who embody an authentic Jakarta in the identity. Today, the vision is a reality and an authentic space that captures the true character of Blok M Hub through community-driven placemaking. The intervention in the void changed everything, bringing that space back to life. As people returned, the economy followed. In just 1 year, we saw a massive jump to 10 million visitors and over 400 new tenants. This has created a healthy, thriving ecosystem where business and community can grow together again, making Blok M responsive again. The success of Blok M has created a massive ripple effect. It has sparked new life in the surrounding areas, inviting creative space like City Park, Bulungan, a new park called Bendera Pusaka around Blok M, and more connected area. We are given a private sector the confidence to invest in Blok M area. This transformation is turning the entire district into a thriving economic hub. Then from the silent void enclosed.
Just to remind, less than 2 minutes.
Yes.
Time
thank you. From a silent void enclosed and no one comes to Blok M, and now there's a life within the crowd with character and a connectivity. This is the final slides from us. Yeah, we are from MRT Jakarta is shifting the paradigm, putting people at the heart of the development. A little touch and the city becomes responsive again. We don't just move people, we bring space to life. I think that's all from us. Thank you for the attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Finca and Alvin. That was really inspiring from initiation from the PT MRT Indonesia. And yeah, we will have short question sessions in the end of the session. So we now continue to the fourth presenters, coming from Aisyah Faudina and Dr. Widiyani. The title is From Champion-Led Initiatives to Community Stewardship, Cases of Informal Activation in Vacant Spaces. Aisyah, are you with us?
Yeah. Hello. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, clearly.
Okay.
Yeah, you can start your presentation.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mas Danu. So good afternoon, everyone. Behind many successful activation of vacant spaces, there always stands a single driving figure. So today I want to pause at the critical moment to share about the point where the leadership starts to shift. So the vacant space activation is commonly framed as a temporary, small-scale, and low-cost approach, and the research on tactical urbanism often treats these spaces as a testing ground before more permanent investment. Across the different contexts, the forms of activation are quite similar, from murals, creative workshop, community garden, pocket parks, cultural event, and also temporary use such as pop-up store or studio. And these interventions are known to improve perceived safety, neighborhood pride, and everyday social interaction. Yet behind this participatory image, most studies point a strong dependence on a single leader champion. And this champion acts as a catalyst, and the vacant space activation is often assumed to last only as long as the champion remains involved. So the effective champions are often described as those who can share leadership and distribute roles early on. However, studies rarely examine how informal champion-dependent initiatives shift into community-led stewardship. So more broadly, existing studies tend to focus on who the actors are and what the outcomes. And responding this gap, our study is asked to question, how do champion-led initiatives evolve into community stewardship, and also what mechanism allow this shift to endure over time? The study examines two comparative cases in Southeast Asia. The first one is Brand Gang or Brand Hang by Karasa in Bandung, Indonesia, and also the second one is Jalan Negara Kita in Selangor, Malaysia. Both cases involve the informal activation of underused neighborhood spaces through the placemaking practice, and both began with a local champion who informally initiated early activation.
The motivation for brand Gang activation grew from concern about safety and the lack of play space for children. And for Jalan Negara Kita, it started during the pandemic and triggered by concern over an unsafe alley. And to examine this transition, the study adopts a qualitative approach. By the analysis is guided from 5P placemaking framework from the people, the process, the product, the program, and also the place evaluation. For the first one, the Bandung Karasa case show that strongly early leadership does not immediately translate into shared stewardship. The initiative began as a youth-led creative movement initiated by Andi and Arum, and they will also present in this at next session, if I'm not mistaken. And this stage, leadership was highly centralized, and the activation was understood mainly as a youth activity rather than a neighborhood responsibility. And as a result, wider resident involvement remained limited. And then when the champion later entered formal neighborhood governance as the neighborhood head, or RW in Indonesia, the participation expanded. However, many residents became the supporters rather than the initiators itself. And the former leadership alone did not automatically produce collective initiative. More meaningful transition occurred when the decision-making was deliberately released to the residents. And the champion shifted into a facilitator, supporting others to initiate the activities. And now, stewardship in Bandung remains regenerative rather than complete. And the champion is still important, but increasingly as a mentor and a trigger. This case shows that community-led stewardship emerged through the intentional cultural work, not through leadership handover or institutionalization alone. And in Bandung Karasa, the product is ongoing commitment shaped through small cumulative intervention rather than one-time development. And the LE function both as a safety infrastructure and shared social space. And the programs or activities move from the simple engagement to the stewardship practice, and the art become the entry point, while programs operate as a learning process embedded in everyday neighborhood management. In terms of the place evolution itself, the stewardship is no longer exceptional. The LE shifts from the risky area backspace into a shared, productive neighborhood space used in daily life and community events. And for the second case, the Jalan Negara Kita shows that the shift toward community stewardship does not start with a strong or any formal leadership, but they start with the leadership that is intentionally light and fluid. The initiative emerged from informal local networks from the cafe, art supply shop, gallery, and nearby residence communities. And the local champion itself, her name is Nazura, described herself as an accidental placemaker. She did not lead with a plan or any authority, but open social possibility. And from the beginning, leadership was shared. The network operated horizontally, creating low dependency on a single individual. And then the residents joined gradually and voluntarily because the space felt safe and relevant to everyday their life. And then for the process itself, the activation began with the simple action from the cleaning area, presence, and also small social experiments, especially after the pandemic. And in this place also, the art worked as a trigger for interaction, not as an goal. Through the repetition, the space shifted from occasional events to everyday social use. And so as a social use stabilized, the legitimacy grew through the residents association and local government. The stewardship here emerged through normalized presence, shared responsibility, and also ongoing collaboration. It's still evolving and deliberately designed to move beyond the champion. In Jalan Negara Kita, the product is not finished object, but as a shared platform, and the physical change emerged through small, low-intensity actions, start like a mural, simple installation, and basic infrastructure, like a roof or any stage. And the roof itself actually was supported through infrastructure by the government. And the LE is now reactivated as a social and cultural space, not redesigned for formal public infrastructure. And as a program, the activity sustain presence rather than deliver project, the arts and cultural practice always happen there, like the opening session, music, workshop, and any inclusive exhibition. And also there are flagship initiatives like Jalinan and Little River Festival. That from that program, learning happens through the participation and also the repetition. Stewardship becomes normalized through everyday use, and this alley shifts from a dark, avoided space into a shared neighborhood living room, inclusive and as a third space. And there are also external recognition and ongoing collaboration with the municipal authority that further validate the practice and have open discussion toward new policy frameworks for early activation in Malaysia. And the findings show that this evolution doesn't occur through the replacement of the champion, but through a gradual reconfiguration of roles, authority, and responsibility. In both cases, the champion acts as an initial catalyst, and then the pathway and degrees of stabilization differ. In Barracks, the transition unfolds through gradual institutionalization, and then the champion begins as a central driver of a youth-focused initiative, then deliberately opens space for role distribution and also local capacity building, entry to formal neighborhood governance, and then expands the legitimacy and participation, but the stewardship remains transitional. The stewardship here is still emerging, but not yet fully stabilized. And for the second cases, the Jalan Negara Kita, the transition occurs through leadership training, the champion practice alive, non-rigid leadership, also allowing stewardship to form through repeated social practice, informal legitimacy via the residents association, and presence-based governance. Over time, the everyday use stabilize collective responsibility, and then recent collaboration with municipal authorities extend to this informal model into policy dialogue. Together, these cases show that the community-led stewardship emerged not through handover of formalization alone, but also through the sustained cultural work that gradually redistributes initiative while allowing the champion's role to evolve. So the stewardship across both cases emerged when the space is no longer
left.
understood as someone project, but as a shared social platform. And at the same time, the role of the champion shifts from the controlling activities to facilitating, mentoring, and connection others. And for the mechanism itself, the first one is adaptive leadership, and then negotiable experimentation, and then everyday social reproduction, then legitimacy before the institution, and the last one is care demanding spatial outcomes. So from these findings suggest that informality is not inherently fragile. So for future research could be examine longer term leadership regeneration, and this also test for the other context. Thank you. This is from us.
Thank you so much, Aisha and Dr. Widiyani, for the presentations. Let's continue to the next presenter from the Barracks School of Planning, Xian Yuan Shan. Are you here with us? Yes, I can see your slides.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes. The title will be Tactical
Sorry,
Urbanism.
the title is a little bit different from the abstract, so yes.
Okay. The title will be Transcending the Resistance-Co-optation Paradigm, the Localization and Institutionalization of Tactical Urbanism in China. Time is yours, 10 minutes.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Jamin Chen, come from the Barracks School of Planning. So I'm the first year PhD student. So this is an early stage exploration, and the purpose of this presentation is to express the direction and the logic of my research, and the research outlined in the abstract maybe considered later. So I will start my introduce right now.
I'm sorry,
so first is about
Yuan, can you please make it full screen?
It's not full screen?
Yeah, and us is the slide is not in full screen. Okay, I think it's better now. If you yeah, you can continue.
Okay, I'll continue. Yes. To understand my research, we must start with China's fundamental urban program shift. For decades, incremental planning, the method focused on the greenfield expansion, led by the state and the capital. Today, China's entered the area of stock planning. The context is no longer expansion, but the automation of fine citation. The teachings of the existing building environment, this shift created the central tension. We face a complex micro-scale urban issue, but are often armed with the larger scale. And slow master planning tools, this mismatch between the new problems and the old tools is my starting point. Yes, so the difference between the stock planning and the incremental planning, and in the past, the incremental planning centered on expanding land and developing the new districts, with the government's objective being pursuit of growth. So this brings us to a spiritual practice that we have captured the attention of global urban studies practice charted by the flexible, spade, and strong emphasis on the precipitation. Yet I must ask, when this wider discussion of the Western approach and translated to China, do they unfold in the same manner? To answer this question, we must first comprehend the specific spatial context in which this action unfolded within China. So now, having integrated the area of stock planning, the text has shifted to automation existing building environments faced with the community spaces charted by the complex priority, rights, and the intertwined interest. This requires new governance tools that are my technical, flexible, and capable of mobilizing the vice precipitation. This fundamental paradigm shift constitutes the practical starting point for this research. So my research from a contradiction between the larger scale policy and the micro level reality, whether the state has proposed a strategic shift towards a stock development, grassroots levels like, in fact, the flexible governance tools. So continue exploring this research. It is essential to first understand the specific context in which those practices occur within China, named 社区. You can understand that means Chinese community. The Chinese community are not intently based collective in the Western sense, but rather than peripheral unities of state organization, but fundamental building blocks through which the political and administrative power permits daily life. So having established the community as this uniquely stage, we may now introduce the theoretical framework previously discussed to observe the analyze all the on-float opponents, namely the tactile urbanism I have selected. So in China, state governance is frequently achieved through informal, flexible methods. Communities constitute space of the permanent informally, serving as the front line where the state and the social engage in daily negotiation and the free actions. So I have summarized 15 different non-permanent urbanism from co-chaired and main actors and the relationship with the formal planning to make a distinction. Yes, among a range of the relative concepts, this research adopted the tactilism as its primary and analytical framework. Concepts such as some urbanism are excluded due to the inherited conflict-oriented logic, which is largely incompatible with Chinese governance context. Some are also set aside, as it frequently prioritizes spatial novelty and the temporary actions with lacking sustained engagement with the governance and the structures. Tactilism is selected not merely for its popularity in Western scholarship, but because the co-oriental logic, strategy, innovation, interradical explanation, and point-based experimental nation closely recently with the Chinese long established with pride and the spirited policy mechanism. In this sense, tactilism appears at least conceptually to offer the most appropriate historical lens through which they examine the contemporary Chinese urban practice. However, when this Western-driven ethical lens is applied to the Chinese community context, the outcome is not familiar narrative of a bottom-to-up explanation instead of fundamental divergence emerges. The institution sitting of Chinese communities embedded within the state-led governance culture, reshape and target the practice in ways that depart significantly from the original theoretical assumption. This adjudication between the theoretical expectation and the empirical relative forms of the central problematization of this research. So my literature review reveals from the Lawrence book, The Fundamentals of Divergence. The Western narrative is a three-act drama. It starts with a bottom-up resistance in planning vacuum, move to a phase of negotiation with the organization, and they end by the co-optation with the capital of the states. Chinese practice is slightly different, so there is no stage of weak planning or genius negotiation. From very beginning, the state maintains its posture of the strategical or watching. This spontaneous practice emerges not a power vacuum, but within the state manages the gray zones. This Chinese process is better described as a state-led identification and the obfuscation. So Western endpoint institutionalization as the governance tool is Chinese start point. So specifically, it examined how this Western organization concept of the urban practice has been transformed and embedded within China's strong governance system. So to conclude, my research is to explain how global urban ideas are not just transferred, but fundamentally remade by powerful local system. This proposal is a starting point. I think I am deeply grateful to this opportunity to learn from your insight. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Shen Yuan, for your time and your amazing presentation. We'll continue to the last speaker of this session. It's coming from Abir Tanyur from Varanasi, India, with the title Temporal, Social and Environmental Boundaries in a Liminal Riverfront Space near Ganga, Mahal, Varanasi. Are you with us? Are you with us today? Right now?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly. And I can also see your slides.
Okay. So I am Abir Tanyur. I am from Syria, pursuing my PhD in India. My topic today is temporal, social, and environmental boundary in a liminal riverfront space in Varanasi, India. So today I will discuss how a very small riverfront in Varanasi continually changes its meaning and boundaries over time. Many studies examine the major spaces in Varanasi, but I am looking at a marginal everyday space. So this study raises the question, how does everyday life continuously produce and transform space over time? So we are in India, the country rich in history, culture, civilization, exactly in the north of India, state of Uttar Pradesh. Varanasi is one of the oldest cities continuously inhabited in the world, and a major historic riverfront city in India, located along the bank of the Ganga River. So the main elements of this city is Ghat. Ghat is the term in Indian concept referring to stepped riverfront spaces that connect the city to the river. So in this study, Ghats understood as a spaces. The Ghat of Varanasi form a continuous riverfront stretch of approximately 6.8 kilometers. Originally, they developed as a stepped structure responding to seasonal flooding. Beyond their material form, Ghat operate as layered urban space where ritual practices coexist. And according to the last report, the number of Ghat in Varanasi, about 84 Ghats. So before continuing, and because of this nature of this study, I will discuss the framework and how I divided the study to support our first argument. The first thing, why we are able to observe informal space practices more in historical cities. Here I mean space that produce themselves and change over time. And depending on that, we have to figure out two types of spaces: organized space and lived space. This study aligns with the theories that understand the space as socially produced and temporally reconfigured through the everyday practices. And the last thing, why does it matter? So Varanasi is not shaped by a single historical period or function. Instead of this, it is a layered historic city where tangible and intangible heritage coexist. The tangible layer include morphology, residential fabric, and nature, and riverfront structure, while the intangible layers emerge through ritual, everyday practices, and social rhythm. Some spaces in cities are created for this specific purpose. So in this case, we cannot understand them without the idea of Cliff idea, Gordon Cullen, Matthew Carmona. Here there is visible elements that define this space, the form of space, the relationship between its elements. But for the marginal space, here we need a different length. And for this type, the length of Henry Lovever, he explains space through three interconnected dimensions. One of them lived space. So Bill Hiller also helps us to understand the space through time and movement. So according to that, we organize two types of spaces, and to understand the lived space, we will consider first the organized space, and for this purpose, the Astighat, the famous space in Varanasi, and for lived space, Tulsi Ghat. So methodology, the study adopts a qualitative and interpretive approach based on repeated on-site observation. The space was observed at different times of day and across seasons, allowing temporal changes in activities and boundaries to be documented. And the methodology focused on everyday practices and lived experience, supported by time-based sketches and visual documentation. So we will move on to the organized space and address Astighat. So we can here see the gate that marks the beginning and ending of the space, and there is some steps that prepare us to move to the place. Standing also in the square, a large square, gives us the feeling of control, reverence, especially after coming from narrow street. And also, we can here see that the dominance of visual elements in the scene at a specific known time gives the space the identity. We can easily spot the platform where the arti ceremony takes place every day at 2 times, 5 a.m. and 6 p.m. Everyone's attention is focused on the performance. Even the boats on the river, they stop to see the spectacle, and there are also locals, the community, students, and tourists. So dividing also SC space makes it easier to navigate, especially for frequent visitors. We can see here the chairs are arranged in rows and the display is organized. It's the space where pre-arranged events take place, and it has the form of classic space, strict clear boundaries. It is known where people sitting and where the stage, and the timing is systematically planned. But what I will introduce now is another type of space found in cities, especially historical cities, produced by the inhabitants and community and shaped by daily life. Therefore, we will call it lived space. The selected space lies just beyond the Mahal Ganga Ghat. So despite the 84 ghats in Varanasi, few of them are known. So because of that, it can consider as a liminal space. So Tulsi Ghat was studied over time, and we have noticed that there is a specific time that contributes to its form in the early morning, evening, and the late evening, and in monsoon. So in early morning, the space is activated by light swimming and bathing, forming in a roof-concentrated boundary focused only on the water edge. And in the evening, a locally organized micro-RT is held to relieve some pressure on the largest gas. This ritual draws participants and observe, causing the space boundary to expand outward and into adjacent spaces and steps. During this period, also local walking vendors selling flowers, tea with lemon, also become active, adding this commercial layer that further reshape circulation and special info. In the late night, a group of young people gather to sing, play music, and socialize, creating youth-led nightly ritual. These practices extend the experiential boundary beyond its daytime limit through sound, group formation, and social presence. During the monsoon season, rising river levels submerge part of this site, physically reducing its spatial footprint and limited the accessibility between Tulsi Ghat and other ghats. We can see here that up to the red line, the area is covered by the river. So if we can focus on the human activity in Tulsi Ghat space, we can see how it changes from early morning to evening and late evening. All the informal practices gives this place a different identity, different activities such as ritual bathing, informal vending, sitting or social gathering temporarily define how much of the ghat is used by whom and what the time of day. So this study reveals that social practices produce this space unconsciously. This observation shows that time actively reshapes spatial boundaries. The ghats function as dynamic interfaces rather than static heritage spaces. Small everyday practices play a major role in redefining spatial meaning and use. So why does this study matter? Because it challenged static ways of reading heritage.
Abir,
instead.
you
Yes,
have
it's
less than 1 minute. Okay.
Yeah, it's last slide.
Okay.
Okay. Instead of seeing historic riverfront as fixed objects, it shows them as space continuously shaped by everyday life and time. By focusing on micro-scale observations, the study reveals changes that are often overlooked in conventional planning approaches. So this perspective supports time-sensitive urban planning, especially in historic cities like Varanasi. And thank you for your attention.
There are some questions in the Q&A section, and the first one is from Huajin Wang. She asked question for Tisetso. Maybe for Tisetso you can directly respond or answer regarding Huajin question directly, so we can like have a bit more engaging conversation in here.
Perfect. I will. Thank you so much for the question. I think, yeah, just to mention, the question was how, sorry, I just want to go back to the question. You use low-cost temporary activations like murals and netball. Do you worry these won't last? And how do you measure if they help girls and women keep using these spaces for long term? And I just mentioned, if you want to go back to my response, but I'm just going to keep it brief, is that each Girls Make the City chapter we work in, we have to do on-the-ground research. So whatever the context gives us is what we're going to work with. And when we did our research, we found out that netball is a very, very strong and prominent activity in Langa. and also murals as well. There are a lot of artists. There's a local school, which is Bridges for Music, which is very like artistic based. It also is for music, but a lot of the people that go there, a lot of the young people that go there are very artistic. And Gugas Tebe is a community center as well, a community center where people go there to harness more their artistic skills. So using the people from the local already to create that kind of presence will ultimately get the city officials seeing that Langa is also a tourist attraction, just so people can talk about like the apartheid spatial legacy and all those sorts of stuff. But the community have mentioned that they don't really gain anything out of that. So how can we make it beneficial to them as well without taking away from their culture and without masking their realities in that space? So it's for girls to create, for Girls Make the City to create that presence so that the city officials are able to see that this is what the girls are already doing. They take matters into their own hands, and that the city can also support them long term. So how will we measure that is by creating, already the girls are recruiting some of their friends. So there's already presence of Girls Make the City in the context already. So they're doing activities together, they joining neighborhood activities that are held by the city as well. So they are putting themselves out there, and if we can help them put themselves out there in more tangible ways, but also more concrete ways, visible ways, I think that will be something that the city officials are able to latch on and actually see what the community needs. Cam, any other question? I hope I answered that question.
Yes, thank you so much for sharing this incredible work that express a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Disused and Hajin Wang also for the questions. And we also have a question from Rusvina in the Q&A sections. Rusvina, can you please deliver the questions directly in the room so we can have more engaging conversation here?
Okay, I would like to ask to Finca and Alvin. I can see how amazing Blok M has evolved through time. You mentioned about the connectivity and the character to enhance the crowd. I totally agree about the connectivity, as I used to walk through from the one area in the Blok M. So how about the character? How you sustain the character to enhance the crowd as in dynamic area like a Blok M? Thank you.
Finca or Alvin, you can answer the question. Are you here with us, Alvin? Oh, yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Am I in?
Yeah,
okay.
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Rusvina, for the question. So I will try to answer in social context first. So we studied the urban design guideline, and as we explained, we understand the historical context, so we don't kill it through the renewal of development. We talk with historians and we engage with present tenants by ourselves, not using third-party agencies to make sure they have the character that we're looking for. And also by managing the tenants ourselves, we can keep the economy. We choose the tenants which are affordable, so youth will come to the Blok M area. Alvin and I didn't live through Blok M peak era, but our parents did. So we collected insights from so many stakeholders to finally can make Blok M to its original purpose, back to its original purpose. Maybe Alvin, you want to add anything about the technicalities?
Yeah, the process that we are implementing, we view this intervention as a foundational framework that will remain resilient until this phase of our development and until our ultimate development. We see that inevitably the ultimate design will impact how character as now already implemented and how it changed through time. But through maybe from our formal management, from our formal institution and managerial from our team, and we ensure that the area's core character is preserved and implemented throughout its evolution continuously, adapting as and also we study the shiftings that happen between now and the transition that will occur in the next phase, and we try to do some resettlement action plan to remain the character still remain until the future evolvement of the Blok M development. I think that's all.
Okay, thank you, Vinka and Alvin.
Thank you.
Also thank you, Danu.
Thank you for the question and answers, Christina and Alvin and Vinka as well. From the floor, is there anybody from the audience to have a questions? And you can directly ask in the virtual room here. And please raise your hand if you have something to say. Doesn't have always a big question. You can also share your reflections, your comments, or anything that maybe similar works with you all, or like a specific question. Just open and feel free to ask. Dr. Widi, have you from the session, you have insights or you have like comments that you can deliver to us right now?
Thank you, Danu. Yeah, it is interesting to see how actors are playing. So we can see that sometimes we are not really like make it comprehensively, in a sense that it's good to start. Again, it's good to as a starter, but to make it more comprehensive, consider about who will get benefit at the end. Is it the visitors? Is it the community who live there, who stay there, or the owner of the property who get the benefit from the from what we did? We should consider about that, I think, because of course it's better to do rather than doing nothing, for sure.
Exactly.
Make an action, but at the end we should also, with a clear mind, consider whether this benefit is for those who really need, or for those who will get richer from our action or activation. That's what I want to add. Thank you.
Yes, exactly, Dr. Widi. And yeah, this is important that to do rather than doing nothing. we should do something to try to our best to activate the spaces itself. And yes, actually, I have a question for Federico. If you're still with us, Federico, from your cases in Europe and Central Europe, there are so many abandoned military spaces, and we also, I believe, in my context study in Indonesia, there are also like plenty of similar cases, similar problems, and one of the main issue is the ownership issues. In ownership problems, they sometimes have, because it's coming from military, sometimes they have like a power to claim that that ownership of the abandoned facilities. My question is there any similar problem in your context location regarding the ownership issues about the military abandoned facilities?
Yes, for sure there are. Thank you for the question. Well, I think it depends on a national basis, the legislation usually, but as these spaces have been requested by the Minister of Defense over the centuries, specifically starting from the mid-19th century, they were purchased or by a direct sale or an exchange of land, then the former the former owners usually try to request them, because they say, look, if the military has no interest anymore, we want it back. Despite that, at least as far as I know, in England, Italy, Spain, and Germany, France, well, there are specific laws on the need for the Minister of Defense to sell their these lands to have more financial support for their purposes, and that's that had created many conflicts, because also then local municipalities say, look, we lack this equipment of this facility, we can build it here. And then many laws also overlay over time, because this transformation cannot be done in 5 or 10 years, but with a more medium and long term visions that usually lacks in our society, because all the transformation should be done during 5 years, or when a public administration is from the left party or the right party, they also change opinions. So this is a problem of political, economic, and also land use planning perspective. So it's quite complex. Yes, I don't know about Indonesia, and let's see if I learn something.
Thank you so much. Yeah. That's I can see the problem now. That's super complex between many countries. Okay, thank you, Federico, for your answer. From the attendees, is there any still question to raise regarding this first session from 6 presenters? Please feel free. And Dr. Widi, actually, you have several questions on the chat. Maybe I don't know. Should we continue to the next session, or you want to answer or respond regarding you? Are you ready to respond to the questions from the chat like earlier? Like you have to scroll up.
Yeah, I think I have like 2 questions that is still left. It's about from your perspective, should we view the rapid occupation of vacant spaces by street vendors as a planning? This is already answered. And how can we effectively encourage developers and policymakers to prioritize the use of vacant urban spaces instead of focusing on new out-of-town developments? With the effectively encourage developers, this is yeah, it depends if it depends on the, I think it depends on the government regulation. If it's in the south part, I don't think we can help, or it's rather difficult to encourage developers and developers to prioritize the vacant urban spaces, because most of the vacant spaces at the south are owned by government, and by having like collaboration between private and government or public sectors, you need a kind of agreement, maybe CSR as well. But what I saw in the Netherlands, for example, with the Stripe as in Eindhoven back years time, they have a kind of the government really give a room for private, or a kind of stichting is a foundation to operate as an event organizer, vacant space, and then they try to be a curator on a certain time, and then they give for the first maybe 7 or 9 months free for artists, because they believe that artists are more tough and has a crazy mindset. They don't mind to be far away from the city or in the abandoned or ruined buildings, as long as they see this is good for me. So this kind of champion leader who are brave to stay for a free rental, but they need to make a report at the end of the rental after 9 months. This foundation will make a kind of evaluation whether they are succeeded or not using this kind of place. If they are succeeded, and then the next step, they have to pay for a little amount of money. And then this creates a kind of a life in an abandoned building. As we see now, after it has started from the Dutch Design Week first until now, as you can see, now Stripe S becomes a really like hype, and Stripe S in Eindhoven becomes a really hype and expansive area. It's true that at the end, when you know that this kind of area is like alive and a lot of young generation or millennials like the place, and then activates the place, everyone goes to the Stripe S, even though at the very beginning, it's really like a ghost town, ghost area. They raise up the price, but yeah, I can say it's after maybe 10-15 years. So it's really like very slow. So the benefit for maybe the government itself is very slow. I don't say that this is an ideal way of collaboration, but maybe we can see it from the other perspective that, you know, if the area is vibrant, then more and more people are willing to invest, and how we can stop the investment, because we know we need also some profits or some benefits to maintain or to survive for ourselves. I don't know. So yeah, that's the way as an example. But yeah, in Asia, we are, especially in Indonesia, we are more like super. We always think that by having this kind of collaboration, immediately we can get a benefit. So that's two different things. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your reflections, Dr. Widi. Yeah, I believe that's the dilemma from the abandoned, from nobody using, and nobody cares about that spaces until some individual organization try to activate, and there's a cycle problem when the spaces become like pricey now after that interventions. So I hope in the next session we can have like more insights about this issue and general problem regarding these issues. And I believe I should wrap up the session since the time is already late for several minutes, and I'll give a wrap statement. So in this session, title is Urban Actors, Driving Bottom-Up and Hybrid Space Activations, brings together diverse perspectives on how everyday urban actors, like for example, girls and young women from Disused, so presenting local communities, social movements, informal leaders. We can see from some of our presenters in the session. Public agencies, marginalized users actively reshape neglected and underused spaces, drawing on cases from Africa, Europe, Southeast Asia also. This session highlights how bottom-up and hybrid initiatives try to transform urban voids into sites of care, creativity, and collective life. Yes, across townships, former military barracks, transit terminals, and we believe that this will be perfect insights for us in the sessions. And thank you so much for the 6 presenters who already explained the insights. And if you still have questions, you can still put your questions, and I hope the presenter will still answering by the chats or the Q&A sections. And now we have to move to the second session. Who already here with us, Saja Zayadeh as our chair of the second session. Saja, you can have the room for you.
Thank you, Dano. Hello, everyone. This is Saja. I'm a PhD researcher in the Architecture and Urbanism group. I will be chairing this session following the amazing informative first session, and allow me to welcome you in the second session on vacant urban spaces as alternative potentials. So the presentations in this session will explore spaces that are often overlooked or underrepresented or considered marginal in cities. These presentations will be across different contexts and scales, and the speakers will show how vacancy can be understood not simply as a decline, but a condition of latent social and cultural opportunity. A quick reminder for the audience, the questions can be submitted in the Q&A section, and they will be addressed after all the presentations are concluded. I will also give each speaker a gentle reminder when there are 2 minutes remaining of their allocated time. That said, let me move directly to the first speaker, Alexandra Milovanovic from the University of Belgrade. And the presentation will be on residual spacescapes, reading vacant and underused patterns in Serbian spa settlements. Thank you for joining us, and the floor is yours, Alexandra.
Thank you, Saja, for a nice introduction, and thank you, the team from the organization team from the seminar, for the opportunity to share today the insights and experiences from one ongoing research initiative implemented, as you mentioned, in the University of Belgrade Faculty of Architecture. As you can perceive, both from the full title of the Pattern project and from the title of today's presentation itself, the main observatory case of analysis within this framework in this particular project is situated on the spa settlements, or more precisely on the notion of spascapes, where we are engaging the pattern-based approach in order to address the question how do we define and evaluate future heritage in spa settlements beyond these formal frameworks of protection. So here we are dealing not only with those patterns with official recognition in terms of cultural assets and cultural heritage, but also with those patterns which have potential for future heritage, including bounded spaces, vacant spaces, neglected areas, informal patterns, and also some hidden values within this scope. So that is something what is aligned with the topic of the seminar. At the third level, the overarching objective of this project is intended to develop some kind of the structure analytical tool for decoding of urban patterns and their anticipation on different contexts and scales. So in that order, today's presentation actually will provide some kind of the methodological procedure, or let's say research procedure, behind the patterns decoding, in order to actually explain how this procedure could support us in both reading and identification of these patterns, but also how these patterns could become some kind of the analytical drivers for environmentally sensitive development. First of all, just to highlight and try to put in the context the notion of spa settlements, and actually as a specific settlement type with a specific urban personality, we need to mention the ongoing initiative by UNESCO entitled The Great Spa Towns of Europe, where actually this anatomy of spascapes is defined in a form of this theoretical construct with key features, which include not only these core therapeutic functions, but also supporting facilities, cultural and social dimensions, green environment, and wider contextual feature which actually have some kind of the implications of the development of spa settlements. Within the framework of Spaten project, we go beyond this framework. We try to advance it through the introduction of previously mentioned the notion of the spascapes as emergent spatial typologies characteristic of spa settlements formed through the integrated interplay of couple of landscape types, positioned in between emergent and designed state of the landscape and in between symbolic and functional, where each of those identified types of the landscape, which constitutes the spascapes, actually contributes with distinct spatial and functional layer, but on the other side, together they compose some kind of the socio-natural palimpsest. As I mentioned, our strategy in some way is actually oriented towards decoding valuable patterns in order to have it as anticipatory instruments within the sites or frameworks which has the potential for transformation. And that is why actually the scope for analysis and the sample for analysis within our project is wide. We analyzed 38 spascapes in Serbia. There are, of course, more spa settlements, but 38 are recognized and split in two main groups. One related to the role models, where we tend to decode and identify these valuable established patterns, which serve as a comparative drivers for analysis. And on the other side, we have 26 replicators as anticipation patterns, actually an anticipatory framework for the patterns identified previously within the role models. Following this line of reasoning, actually the structure of our research is designed in a way to enable both these vertical case-specific analysis related to 12 role models of spa settlements, but also the horizontal theme-based readings, which is strongly aligned with the three main dimensions of urbanization, how we define it, including material transformation, territorial regulation, and everyday life. And each of these dimensions actually has associated subtopics. And for each of those subtopics, we created some kind of the specific and distinct analytical lens, structured in a similar way, including the thematic focus, the research question, scale, analysis approach, comparative potential, indicators, data also which need to be observed to address a particular issue. And in that order, we started from the temporal layers of urban development related to the historical trajectories of spa urbanism, followed by the this eco-based formation of spa environment in a form of naturescapes of urbanization. Then on the second level, within the framework of territorial regulation, we first addressed the both morphological and experiential roles of public spaces in spa environments, followed by institutional and regulatory frameworks shaping spa development within the notion of programming of spascapes on the scale of this territorial regularity. And finally, at the third level, we tried to understand two scales of observation. The first one related to these human and behavioral scales and how actually rituals and forms of appropriation could be read within the within the framework of spa settlements. And on the other side, on another scales of therapeutic dimension, we tried to understand these functional and multisensory experiences and spatial sequences of healing across the settlements. So it actually, these analytical lenses, let's say, and topics within three distinct dimensions of urbanization provide us actually to cross them and to have them as an analytical background and analytical argumentation for further identification of patterns. So within this pattern-based approach, we tried to define and we identified 7 distinct categories of patterns. And for each of these pattern types, we defined some general interpretation of spa settlements on one side, but on another, the recognition of the current state, including decay, abandonment, some hidden values, as I mentioned at the very beginning of the presentation. That actually provide us to identify these different pool of patterns within each of the patterns categories. On the next slides, I will just briefly monitor you through the outcomes for each of the group of the patterns, but I will not go in detail for each of those patterns. Also, I need to mention that the patterns presented on the slides are just like a sample. There are actually the wider scope, but the intention is actually to understand and to illustrate today the personality and characteristic at the general level of each of the patterns group, where both in this multiscalarity and multi-temporality of patterns, so morphological patterns could be recognized and are mainly recognized on the settlement level, where morphology is considered as archive of this lost and disrupted urban life, ranging from fragmented spa grid towards these isolated urban cells. Then typological patterns are perceived on the level of the buildings, where we try to understand and read these forgotten archetypes, not only regarding some recognized typology affiliated with the spa settlements, for example, former bathhouses or sanatoria, but also some typologies that could be considered as a lens for rediscovering some suppressed or marginalized buildings types. Then within the framework, yes.
Alexandra, just a quick reminder, we have 1 minute left.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes. Then on the level of the constructional patterns, actually, we considered both these structures where decay has revealed some construction systems, materials of craftsmanship, but also some fragments from facades or some interior elements, which could be also perceived from the public spaces. Then within the scope of the cultural patterns, we consider these cultural voids as spaces of reactivation for contemporary meaning. Within the scope of environmental patterns, we try to stress this overlooked resilience, ranging from underused green infrastructure to across disconnected water systems and to ecological edges also. Then we also consider these temporal patterns in terms of layers of decay, overlapping phases of use, abandonment, and so on. And finally, within the scope of the conservation patterns, we particularly address the challenge of absent protection, where actually we recognize that many spa sites remain outside formal safeguarding frameworks, let's say, not only regarding protected spa assets, but also some informal maintenance regimes or conservation by neglect approaches. And overall, actually, it provides us this kind of the structure analytical framework, which include the urbanization dimensions, thematic domains, indicators, rule focus for each pattern, scale of manifestation, analytical methods, and also database that need to be addressed during the analysis in order, of course, to be anticipated for another context and scales for patterns decoding. So that was from my side for today, and feel free actually to follow our project on social media and also on website where results are available in open access mode, and feel free to contact our team for any further questions.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. It's such an interesting and insightful presentation. I enjoyed it, to be honest. And we can now move from the interesting spa landscapes to a much smaller but equally overlooked type of residual space embedded within a dense neighborhood. And the next presentation will be from residual space to resilient space, the case of Bandung in Bandung. And the presenters are Arum Kartikaning Budi and Andy Abdul Qadir. The floor is yours. If you can share your presentation in full screen mode, please.
Okay. First of all, can you see it?
Yeah, perfect.
Oh, it is. Oh, 1 minute.
It was in full screen earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, I will introduce myself. My name is Arum, and I am here representing Karasa Bandung, and I'm here with Andy. Andy is the main initiator of Karasa Bandung, and thank you, Mas Danu and Sajia also for giving the opportunity for us to present here. Actually, our case is not a really research case. Actually, it's a project-based case. So today I will just tell you a story about what we do here, and maybe we can learn something through it. So this is the title, From Residual Space to Resilient Space, the case of Branhang in Bandung. Yeah, this is about the placemaking, and we choose the placemaking in the location that is actually hidden. Why? Because it represents something unseen and where you can do everything without anyone being noticed. Maybe something dirty or something bad. And we hope by doing this placemaking, this is heard as a voice to change or an invitation to transform. So before we jump into the location, where is Branhang? So this is the map of Bandung. We will zoom out a little bit to give the context of the condition. So you were mentioned about the marginal space. The circle one here, this is us. This is where we are. So it's just a tiny tail in the east of Bandung. And so you maybe understand that this around us is already another city. And so this is the location, RW 2, we call it RW, Gempol Sari, Bandung, Bandung Kulon, Indonesia. Bandung Kulon is east of Bandung. And we zoom in a little bit, so I give you a preview about in a satellite view. And this is I captured from Google Maps. So this is our location inside the red circle. We live between the two factories. So the left one here is the plastic mold factory. The right side one is the textile factory. So maybe you can imagine the quality of the air, the soil, or the water there. And so yeah, here we are trying to build a life by accepting the situation as is. And so Karasa, the community that I represent right now, was born with that concern. What about the children? How do they grow? How will they be in the future? So because the center of the city is far away, so it's hard for them to find a good education, a good income, maybe someday, and trapped in some kind of invisible land, but still inside the city. So with this Karasa, we try to build responsiveness in the mind of the children and the teenagers, so they will act whenever there is a problem. Start from simple and start from the closest society, that their neighborhood. After one and another program we create, we found one case to solve, the Branhang case. So this is the Branhang. It is located at the back of the house, and it is hidden because it's not visible in the front area, and it is used actually for emergency exit for the firefighters to prevent the fires to spread and to spray the water from behind the house. This is the brandhang originated from the Dutch. This is the brandhang in the Netherlands. So you can see how clean it is, how it is very accessible for emergency situation and wide enough to pass on for firefighters and everything. And this is the brandhang situation in RW 2 Gempol Sari. The interesting part is actually they use it, they claim it as their space, their expansion of the house, to use it as a daily activity. So there is a toilet here, a laundry, and also a water container and everything, but it's not accessible anymore. So we see it as something that we should do something about it. So we were with kids and teenagers there. We started by mapping it out, the brandhang location, and we call it the brand.gg project, brandhang, also pronounced it that way. And the process is, after we mapped it out, we also took notes who should do what and what should we do with that. And we communicate with the local leaders, and we also prepare the tools and the paints for the local artists from the city, because we invite the outsiders from our neighborhood, and then we also paint and then start to do mural. This is the first project, the first brandhang project, the first volume. So we just interpret the doors only to tickle or to teaser that we actually have the emergency facility and we should do something about it. We learned how to invite the outsiders here and how to serve them well. We started with support from the paint brand also that empowered us to do this. And this was a starting point that the first time to do a collaborative project that the teenagers can interact with the outsiders. We adopt the SDGs value as a theme for 16 doors and 6 others for the neighborhood competition. And this is the second volume. When we were asked by one of the chief from the neighborhood to intervene the inside of the alley. So it is our new milestone to jump into the alley itself, not only the outside. It is then we understand that our first attempt has an impact. Once again, we invite volunteers from outside the neighborhood and mural using the theme from the brandhang door. So the first alley SDGs is the number 16. We took the peace keyword and we do the mural keyword here. And we hope that the other neighborhood also paint their brandhang. And it is implemented in the third one, where the neighborhood here is very have a strong sense with each other. They are very helpful and they're hand in hand make an improvement to the alley. So because this alley theme is zero hunger, the number 2 value of the SDGs, we built a circular kitchen where there is a mini garden planted by some easy ingredients for daily recipe, so they can pick the seasoning or veggies from the garden, and waste from cooking process can be stored in a composter, which is provided there too, and can be harvested in some time to fertilize the plant. And then move on to fourth volume. We are not only invite the personal volunteers, but also the community in a city scale with a movement base. So there are transport for Bandung, river cleanup, and etc. So they have a mission and they have a voice to be mural here. So the neighborhood then learn about the city issue. And then the fifth volume, eventually the government came and support the project. So they finally hear about our movement, about what we do here, and they present and they finally support to repair the sewage system. So this is now we are evolved from only a mural to repair the system of the brand?
Just a gentle reminder that we have less than a minute to conclude the presentation. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay. So we will close just a little bit. So we grow from the brand form 1 to the fifth one, from bringing awareness to the neighborhood about the importance of the emergency access, and then we create accessibility in the alley itself as a solution, and then upgraded it to sustainability, about sustainable kitchen, and then we expanded to institution and organization collaboration, and the fifth one, we are acknowledged by the government and solve systemic problems. Sorry. And so maybe after that, we see further possibilities. Maybe we can open a new social space for the neighborhood. We can open a opportunity to do a festival, cafes, or Airbnb perhaps, or yeah, of course, better livability, and why not to build a playground for the kids. So that's all my presentation about Branhang in Bandung, about our attempt to bring a better living in a difficult environment and create a resiliency of the neighborhood there. I hope it will trigger you that you are able to do something for your neighborhood. Thank you for listening, and good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you so much, Arum and Andy. Actually, this presentation is insightful for me because my research focuses on youth and children-led initiatives in urban planning. So I will keep my questions till the end. So thank you so much. And thank you. We can now move from the interesting neighborhood infrastructure and shift to the cultural sphere, where vacancy becomes a site of artistic or collective expression. And the next speaker is Agnese Landolfo. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Perfect. And the presentation is the last act of collective memory in a disappearing building before its formal conversion. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Do you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I will share my screen. Okay.
Yeah. It's not in full screen mode yet, but yeah.
It's charging, I think. Yeah. Do you see it?
Now, yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dui, for inviting me. I'm happy to meet some people that I had the opportunity to know in September. And I'm Agnese Landolfo. I'm an art historian, and I'm currently a PhD candidate at the Habitat in Transition program at the Department of Architecture, the University of Naples, Federico II. And so my research is currently at the crossroads between urban planning and artistic practices. As you can see in my contribution, I will go further in analyzing some ways with which art practices can habit vacant spaces, and then I will focus on an exhibition that was held in November in my hometown in Rome before the formal conversion of a building. So in recent years, many cities have witnessed the proliferation of artist-led initiatives and ephemeral curatorial projects. These practices can inhabit vacant spaces like abandoned factories, warehouses, and they don't serve merely as pragmatic solution to the scarcity of affordable workspaces, but can serve as interventions that can trigger new forms of cultural and spatial vitality. In fact, these artistic practices can appropriate vacant sites as catalysts for spatial resignification. They don't only address the structural precarity within the cultural field, but also activate processes of critical engagement with the architectural, material, and historical multiple layers that can characterize the host environments. This contribution argues that such intervention operates as form of spatial agency capable of rearticulating the meaning, function, and public perception of abandoned sites. And I think that this will emerge mostly in the case study that I will show you later. So, the artistic practices can find fertile ground in what Alan Berger identifies as drawscapes. So if we think about the city as an active organism with its own metabolism, the waste or the dross is a fundamental component of its dynamic evolution. And indeed, like in a human organism, is an indicator of healthy urban development. In fact, as Berger states, urban voids or latent transition areas can contain the raw material of contemporary cities in time of crisis. This conception of the city as an organic system in perpetual change that is continually recreated through the practices of living beings justifies the assertion of the social lore of the applied arts. In fact, from their contamination and cross-pollination of the different disciplines of art, is it possible to rethink and reconstruct the urban context, starting from what usually can be often apparently invisible, but that can be also think as a components of the city's metabolism that is profoundly constitutive. It's important that the artist's gaze on the city can also give to the planner some insights that usually maybe can be also forgotten. In fact, in this slide, I'm presenting some photos from Gabriele Basilico, an Italian photographer, that in all his career thought about the city as a real body in which his view, his gaze was a sort of acupuncture, something that can reactivate and also reveal its hidden aspect of the city. This way of repurposing vacant space for artistic purposes began mostly in the 50s and 70s, when the modernist lofts emerged through the reuse of disused industrial spaces. This was a practice that raised in urban contexts like Soho in New York, and these spaces offered affordability, large open spaces, and flexibility, making them ideal environments for creative experimentation. In fact, the model of the loft embodied a dual function. It was a space for production, like for studios, workshop, and also a space for exhibition, like informal shows, performance, happenings. And these also anticipate the new models of creating spaces that were both spaces of production and exhibition and also of living, because most of the artists lived in the same loft in which they created. This legacy is now continuing today in the proliferation of art in trans spaces and independent residency programs that are often located in vacant or temporarily unused buildings. So alongside the emergence of modernist loft and this type of art in trans spaces and residency programs, there are also alternative curatorial strategies that use abandoned buildings as provisional sites for display. So from this type of experience, we arrive to the contemporary pop-up exhibitions, and vacancy has functioned as a condition that enables flexibility, ephemerality, and critical experimentation beyond institutional frameworks. The choice of vacant spaces can be driven in dialogue with the site history, as we can see in the case study, or in a completely way that neutralize or suspend the site's past, creating something completely different and new in the space. In both cases, the temporary exhibition acts as a process of resignification, transforming the abandoned spaces into active cultural sites. I left in this presentation that I will share with the organizer some useful links if you want to go deeper, because right now in Europe there are really relevant examples of these practices. This one in Vienna is because I'm having a visiting PhD in Vienna right now, and I got in touch with this reality, who is every day searching for vacant spaces and give it on assignment for cultural association, collective, and artist collectives that need some space to work and research and something like that, and is working on behalf of the city Vienna. So it's like public and informal practice at the same time. On the other part, there is this also relevant examples in Scotland. They are always seeking for vacant space to organize temporary exhibitions, and also this set collective is a really interesting realities in London. And as you know, London is facing a lot of economic crisis, and the spaces are becoming really unaffordable for citizens and also for artists. So this is something that is really changing the opportunities given for the artists in there. And now we are moving to the case study. This was an exhibition that was held in Rome in October and November, and was organized by the Biblioteca Hertziana Max Planck Institute for Art History, and is located in Rome, in Via Gregoriana, that is a street, a really tiny street in the real center of Rome. It's like 2 minutes walking from Piazza di Spagna or Trinità dei Monti stairs. So it's really in the center, and nobody, or maybe at least a small part of the citizen, remembered that there was this empty building because it was hidden under the floor. So the Biblioteca Hertziana is an institute that promotes research in the history, and is really one of the world's most renowned art history research institutions. I left you here the link because they are always offering grants and field school and training course for PhD and postdoctoral scholars. And they have a huge library in there, but they want to expand their building, and they decided to take and reconvert this abandoned space that is on the same street. So this is the main entrance of the Biblioteca Hertziana Institute, and on the same street, as you can see on the left, there was this small door without the number. Like you can see, there is the 7, the 8, it missed the 9. Today, Via Gregoriana 9 has only this wooden door, and you don't expect what is to be beside that door. So now it appears as a contemporary ruin that is hidden from the public, but with this ephemeral takeover, the exhibition was trying to build back to life this space before its radical transformation. Via Gregoriana was inaugurated in 1911 as a private gallery. Then he became, in the 80s, one of the most famous nightclubs in Rome. We don't have photos of that period, but we have some experts from a famous film, an Italian film, it's called Ciao Marziano, in which we can see that that space was a disco. And as you can see, on the left, this was the space before the conversion, and on the right, you can see that this was the space converted during the exhibition. The title, Chi esce entra, was taken from an artwork from Vincenzo Agnetti. Literally, it means... what? Okay.
I think, yeah, that was unmuted. I will take the chance to pop up the 1-minute reminder again.
Yeah, thank you. The title means who enter goes out, so it's like an aporia. And during the exhibition that was really full of people, the space that before was empty was given back to the population. What is in my interest is to show you how the art can create a dialogue with this site. So all the artworks were in dialogue like this. This was an artwork about dance floor and the experiences that usually habit dance work. And this was a type of reference to the building pre-existing function. Another one like this, Still Life from Jessie Darling, was a set of flowers collected in a museum cave that was left to wither, just like the space was like left in an abandoned site for like 12 years. And then the last one is an artwork from Eva Fabregas, in which this site-specific installation appears to grow directly from the architecture. It's like a mold, and it's a metaphor for the building itself that becomes a living organism in decay, but is still alive, and in which memory can resurface directly from the building like a parasite. I left you some references if you want to go deeper, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ignacia, for this insightful presentation and for sharing the links for your projects. We can now expand the scale a little bit to a large post-extractive landscape shaped by informal ecological processes. And we have Aisha Milde Merjan from Politecnico di Milano, and the next presentation is From Quarried Voids to Informal Landscape, Spontaneous ecologies, and regenerative. So can you hear us, Aisha?
Hello, yes.
Hi.
Just a second. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we cannot see your presentation yet.
Just a second.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
And the presentation?
Yeah, is it a PDF file?
Yes, but I will
Yes.
use the full screen mode.
Yeah,
Just a second.
perfect.
Is it okay?
Yeah, we can see it. Thank you so much.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here. I'm Melda Merjan. Currently, I'm working as a landscape architect, and I will present my research, which is from my master thesis, which I completed recently in Politecnico di Milano. And the topic is about abandoned quarries as alternative urban potentials in metropolitan Milan. This research is, instead of just focusing on one side, it's much more focusing on the system, understanding the system. First of all, when we talk about the abandoned quarries, we generally see these sites polluted, abandoned, unimportant, especially in the eyes of society, despite their potential for regeneration. Because also it has lots of effect in a visual way. So to start with this categorization and understanding, actually, we combine all the data from orthophoto, ortho-image, historical ortho-image, and open street data, and all the some information from municipalities to combine, overlap all together, and kind of in the end categorize them. First, I would like to show the Milan expansion map. Why this map matter for us? Because when the city, the city expands, actually the need for construction emerge, and the need for construction also connected with the need for the quarries. So all these actually aspects are related with each other. And of course, apart from the city expansion, the infrastructure expansion is also matters, because also infrastructure expansion, apart from the construction, it's also creates a connection between the quarry sites and the city. And this third map, after this all collecting these data, I get this map which is show us the non-active, active, and undetermined quarries. And the interesting thing from this map is that non-active quarries are actually having the biggest percentage, and we can see that these locations also based on they are not just a random location. They are located especially close by infrastructure. So all these the inputs are related with each other. And actually this map, one of the key elements of this research, which is spontaneous naturalization in this site, because I start to solve that after especially seeing the orthophotos, historical image, and current situation, that without any plan, giving function or designing, the nature is already evolving, regenerating all these areas. And actually, we divided this naturalization into four levels. The first level, level 0, I would say it was corresponding to the sites where the vegetation will just emerge. But up to the level 4, that vegetation turn into a more ecosystem. So as I said, without planning, seeing these voids becoming a ecosystem is interesting. And apart from the spontaneous naturalization, this map shows the current function the current function of these areas. Some of them, has no function, but this map differently shows that how these areas using by people informally. So, and it's interesting that even though the entrance, the access to these areas are limited, still people are trying to use maybe for walking, for dumping, storage, or other temporary uses. Actually, there is a more dive into a different categorization, but because of despite the time, I cannot dive into that one right now. So apart from seeing them as a system, when we start to look them more into specifically the abandoned quarries, the interesting fact in Milan, metropolitan Milan, when you start to get close to the city, the quarries, yes, they have voids, and we always talk about the void in the quarries. But apart from the void, beyond the void, there is other elements which is overburden. Like we see these overburden fields as a near emerge topography. So again, the informally, the nature and with the human impact, these empty spaces become something. And we can see also other overburdened fields also on other sites. And in this part, end of all these research observations, we are reframing the kind of concept into different categories for the future, maybe planning, into three lenses: urban acupuncture, right to roam, and memoryscape. I would say for the urban acupuncture, if we start to look at the sites individually, which will lead us to maybe make small interventions, but in the end, it's because actually this carries a system. In the end, this will be not just helping healing one side, it will heal the whole the system and whole urban. And on the second level, it's I call right to roam, which is addressing these limited areas need to open, and at the same time give right to people to have access and to walk around freely. And the third one is the memoryscape. And for the memoryscape, I would say these areas has identity. So instead of designing something from scratch, already nature started to regenerate. So suggesting, thinking about the future with the past. So to conclude, already abandoned quarries functioning as alternative landscape. So this actually, all this research allow us to rethink the empty spaces as the potential, not just abandoned spaces which may be damaged by the visual aspect. Thanks for listening. That was all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Milda, and thank you for staying within the time frame. The next presentation focuses on youth participation as a driver of local space interventions. So we have Abi Korniawan and Wardatut Taiba and Hafiza Alifia Putri from Bandung. So the presentation is about reactivating urban lost spaces through youth-led design, a case study of Pocket Park Revitalisation in Bandung. So if you can share your screen. Are you with us? Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
It's my voice clear?
Yeah, it's audible.
Okay.
All good.
Hi, Saja. Hi, Mr. Jano. Thank
Hi.
you for the opening.
Thank you for joining us.
Opportunity. And hi, everyone. My name is Adi Kurniawan, and together with my co-author, Wadatu Taiba and Hafiza Alifia Putri here, we are part of Lakuna Kota from Indonesia. And today we would like to share our project on how youth and also together with the local community can reactivate urban lost spaces through a design-shared approach and using Pocket Park in Kopo Urban Kampung in Bandung as a case study. And through this project, we didn't only focus on physical design outcome. More importantly, we also explore how community can reclaim, activate, and sustain neglected public space through participatory process. And also for the information, we would like to acknowledge Dr. Widiyani that also involved as our mentor during this project. And next slide. About us, Lakuna Kota, so we are a youth-led urban collective based in Indonesia and working on issue of urbanism and public spaces through research-driven approach, collaboration and experimentation, and we focus on community-based design, public space activation, and urban innovation that create impact for people, place, and the planet. Okay, next. We start from the introduction, and before we dive into our project in Kopo, let's take a look from a macro perspective first. We all know that everyone needs space, but the population keep growing and space is limited. So this is impact to urban sprawl when city growing organically into urban suburban area and often without proper planning. And Bandung, as one of the biggest cities in Indonesia, has experienced the urban growth population affecting to urban sprawl, leading to unplanned informal settlement and impact the lack of public open spaces. Next. And this is exactly what's happening in Kopo Urban Kampung area, which is located in one of the most densely populated area in Bandung. So what if you live in the most densely populated area, but without any proper public spaces? Where would you play and where would you go to relax or spend time in outdoor? And this is the real challenge that people of Kopo face every day. Next. And one of the most powerful insights came directly from the children living in Kopo. A child from RW7 shared this story, and he said, I like playing with my friend in the park, but I don't like it when the park is dirty and dark. This is a simple statement that tells us a lot. Children don't just need a space, they need a safe, clean, and welcoming space in the park. And without that, they are often forced to play in unsafe laneway or neglected area. Next. And this is what's really happening in Kopo public space. So let's talk about this specific part and the neglected part of RW7 in Kopo. As we can see, the equipment is old and rusty, and then it has not been properly maintained. It's rarely used, and most of the time you won't see anyone there. And this park should be lively for the community, but instead it's been lost and neglected. So the question is why? Why is the space is falling back into neglected? Next. And public space are not automatically alive by default, but they come to life when people are present, using them, shaping them, and caring for them. Okay, and the next slide will present by Tia. Thank you.
Okay, so the key question is, how can we actively contribute to bringing urban spaces back to life? After we know the root cause of neglected park in Kopo, it's clear that top-down approaches, where decisions come from above, is not work. We need a solution that comes from the community itself, a bottom-up participatory approach made by the community and for the community. This is what we call a design thread, a collaborative planning session through discussion and collaboration where everyone's ideas are valuable. We decided to adapt Cynthia Gerling's design thread tools, which was used for community participation and design visualization in community planning. This is our adaptation of Gerling's design charrette, in which we adjust the first two steps, adding side surface since we stood as outsiders in this project and were unfamiliar with the location, and conducting various stakeholders consultation thoroughly during the project. In practice, in practice, the design charrette was conducted directly in the park, not in formal meeting room. Children, youth, and adults were all invited to share ideas, express needs, and imagine their future park together. This process was not just about collecting feedback. It was about empowering the community, giving them the sense of agency to lead the change themselves. By fostering engagement, by inviting people to plan, build, and use the space together, we begin to create connections. We try to cultivate a sense of belonging on local residents for this park. We, as designers, must listen, observe, and co-create with local residents who live and experience the space every day. So, our approach is to build around continuous engagement, not a one-time intervention. We maintain stable coordination for about a year during this project. We also involve local residents throughout the entirety of the phase. First, the community is engaged in planning, then they are engaged in the building phase, and finally, the community is engaged in use and activation. This approach results in findings that will be discussed next.
So in this section, I'd like to explain more deeply about how the youth-led design charrette process was implemented in Kopo. As previously mentioned by Via, in Kopo there are several steps that is adjusted from the theory. The first one is because we are as the quote-unquote outsiders, we started by understanding the local context. Through site visit and surveys, to understand the real condition of the stakeholders, the parks, and how the daily use of the park. Next. The next is we engage with local government and community to align ideas and build a shared vision for improving public space in Kopo. And at the same time, we conducted mentoring sessions with local youth organizations such as Karang Taruna to build their capacity and prepare them to lead the design charrette process. Next, here's the children, youth, and adults become the designers of their own neighborhood through design charrette workshops. And the design charrette workshops conducted in 2 times for the children and the adults. And this held directly in the park, allowing everyone to share ideas and shape the future of the space together. Next. So why we put the youth in charge to lead the design charrette process? Young people can play a significant role in the park reactivation process. After the design charrette process, we work with local youth to define clear goals and long-term objective of the park, and the youth continuously led the process of assembling ideas from children and adults and translating them into the alternative design option and visualization. The next is the proposed design that was conducted before was then presented to residents and local stakeholders to get feedback and ensure collective agreement before construction. And once we get approved, we move to the technical preparation, aligning the plan with construction requirement and available resources. The next is the final steps is construction and implementation. We conducted a participatory implementation through mutual cooperation by involving the community at the first step, from planning to designing to painting. We do more than just build a park. We're creating a stronger connection to the space. When people help create something, they value it, they care for it, and potentially use it more often. So it feels like their own, and that's how a sense of belonging grows. So today, this is not just a park, it's a vibrant center of multicultural activities and flexible use. Start from the kids play here, mother gather for exercise, cultural activities, etc. And even we got international recognition as a Neighborhood Park Award by World Urban Park last year. Next. So the conclusion of, so what lesson learned we got from the experience? The first one is about practical experience involving youth in the park revitalization in Kopo. Give them hands-on experience in making real changes in the neighborhood. It shapes their mindset to be more proactive and solution-driven. And the second one is youth as leaders. The project shows that the young people can lead and create meaningful social and environmental change in their community by fun and The third one is public facilitation capabilities, like by leading design session, the youth learn how to manage discussion and bridge different ideas. And the fourth one is inclusive engagement. It shows that participation from all age group, including children, youth, and adults, can produce more comprehensive solutions. And how about the challenges? The challenges, the first one is about limited resources. As young people, we had limited time. Most of us were either in school or working, plus we didn't have any financial resources like adults, making it harder to access the resources. And the second one is limited knowledge, because we came from a different background, so training was needed before starting the design charrette. This helped to ensure everyone have the skills to contribute effectively. The third one is differences in interests. Sometimes youth and adults have different views and ideas, but finding ways and collaborating across generation was the key to making the project a success. And that the final challenge is about park management. This was one of the most important parts, because we realized that setting up park management should happen before planning process. So there's a team like in charge from the start to finish, and ensure the park doesn't get neglected again. And this is for the final conclusion. If we look at again at the
quick reminder that we have quite 30 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you.
It shows that the lead design charrette in Kopo aligns with theory, but where youth as outsider engage in contribution for formal and informal dialogues to integrate local knowledge and shape a more flexible, context-sensitive, and action-oriented participatory model. Yeah, so that's all from us. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, and many thanks for all the speakers for this interesting case study. Our final presentation adds the lens of the national scale. So the presenters will be examining temporary urbanism within China's ongoing urban transformation. And the presentation title is Exploring the Role of Temporary Urbanism in China's Urban Transformation from a Focus on Quantity to Quality. And the presenter is Menli Zhang. Are you with us?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, we can hear you. Are you able to share your screen, please? Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Menli Zhang, and I'm a PhD researcher from Barracks School of Planning. And my research is about exploring the role of temporary urbanism in Chinese urban regeneration, and under the context of the shift from focus on quantity to a focus on quality. Since this research is still in progress, so I will focus more on the conceptual insights and the empirical directions. And for decades, planning in China was primarily growth-oriented, with a rapid increase in the urbanization rate. This has created many urban issues, including land shortage, heritage degradation, and so on, which prioritized the urban transformation in China. So the central government has established many regulations to respond to this. The 14th five-year plan proposed the urban regeneration initiatives for the first time at the national level, and the high-quality development and people-oriented development become the key aims. Within the change context, temporary use as urban practice has emerged. This has been widely studied in the European context to respond to several contemporary cities issues. It is an innovative approach to urban development, but received limited attention within the Chinese context that is strong state-led planning system. So my main research question is, what is the role of temporary urbanism in the regeneration process in China? And to unpack, I set out 4 objectives. So that the first one is, what is temporary urbanism in China, and how it changes the site. And the third one is why this change happened. And the last one is, what is the next and the long-lasting implications. And this concept has been studied for many years in the Western context. Its role has expanded from addressing urban shrinkage and abandoned spaces in the late 20th century to becoming a proactive tool for regeneration. And also the discourse about anti-planning is popular. While temporary urbanism has evolved from a bottom-up movement to a policy-recognized planning tool over time. The theory was proposed around 20 years ago, and academic literature often discusses from the dimensions of time and space. And for the dimension of temporality, it has its own qualities and should not be viewed as only a substitute. Temporary use can be short-term or long-lasting. That means it is not defined by the length of time, but refers to uses planned as impermanent. And for the time of occurrence, temporary use may occur between old and new functions with or without formal planning, serving as tools to sequence change or test ideas. And especially, temporary use often emerge in underutilized, vacant or residual spaces, such as post-industrial brownfields or vacant land after events like the fall of the Berlin Wall. And these spaces provide opportunities for both formal and informal activities, fostering experimentation and creative reuse. And the left-brass concept, the production of space, is a very important support for this concept. And space-time should be interweaved into a generative entity, that the space can only exist and be comprehended through its temporary use, reuse, or reoccupation. However, temporary urbanism has inherent tensions. First, its temporary nature often clashes with long-term urban planning, as authorities may hesitate to allow temporary uses if users resist leaving when redevelopment begins. And second, while temporary spaces offer creative and grassroots alternatives, they are often co-opted into commercial redevelopment and losing their original purpose, and it may lead to gentrification or only benefit a few people. And recently, many of the discourses of Chinese urban regeneration was unfolded through micro-regeneration and cultural-led regeneration. Both of them values the temporary use as an effective tool, but there are tensions between the rigid planning system and the disruptive tactic. And under this contradiction, it faces with paradoxes such as the planned temporality and the selective spatial improvements. So this study adopts a multiple case approach, focusing on two sites in Beijing. The first one is Shougang Park, the capital area industrial park located in the west of the city. That is a large-scale state-led regeneration project. And the second one is an art district combining 4 sites, shaped by spontaneous and negotiated temporality. And I use both quantitative and qualitative methods, including spatial data analysis, policy documents, review, and interviews, and allowing me to connect the spatial patterns within institutional processes. So the first is the capital area industrial park. So this is industrial park in the last century, and the production process has been shut down around 2010 due to the pollution issues. And then in 2015, this place has a successful bid with 2022 Winter Olympic. So now, after the Winter Olympic, this is used for short-term activities, including conference, exhibitions, holiday events, and so on. And the temporary practice exemplify a state-led regeneration logic characterized by deliberate temporalities. And the spatial analysis reveals that an increase in functional diversity indices with the spatial structure transitioning from single-use industrial land to a cultural, commercial, and leisure complex. And the government-led regeneration has rapidly forged a high-quality physical environment and brand image. They spend a lot of time and money on ecological restoration. and it exemplifies a top-down adaptive institutionalization. And temporary projects are embedded within urban regeneration plans, forming a hybrid governance system managed by spatial capital, local government, and operational bodies, that is a state-owned enterprise. Its trajectory reviews an evolution from policy pilot to institutional absorption, where temporariness progressively becomes a normalized governance tool. This illustrates the state's institutional reshaping the flexibility under the discourse of high-quality development. And the second one, the Beijing Art District, they located in the east side of Beijing, and these four have the same start, that the artists were chased away from the Yuanmingyuan Art District in 1990s. So they relocated to the northeast and the suburban area of Beijing for a lower rent price and a free creative environment. They are not welcome, but at least they are not chased away, and the local government resident needs rent as income, so they has been accepted here. And spatial analysis reveals the art studio and small creative spaces exhibit a highly dispersed layout, forming an open and non-linear spatial network. The density increase slower than the capital area industrial park, but the spatial vitality demonstrates a stronger self-organizing characteristic. And for now, each of them has different pathway. The 798, the second one, is a little different from the other three because this project is led by a state-owned enterprise. So it has back to a path dependence and has been totally commercialized. And the Songzhuang Art District, the first one, stay in a hybrid governance, and the last two has been marginalized or even demolished in 2017. So the spatial analysis showed that temporary interventions contribute to quality-oriented regeneration in different ways. In capital area industrial park, planned temporary use enhance spatial diversity and accessibility in a highly curated manner. And in the art district, more organic and flexible uses create inclusive and experimental formal qualities. Therefore, planned temporality generates formal qualities, while spontaneous temporality produces lived qualities. And governance analysis indicate that temporary urbanism serves as a flexible mechanism for policy experimentation. The first case demonstrates a deliberate temporalities, that the flexibility is designed within the control, while the art district show a negotiated temporality emerging through community self-organization. So over time, these projects follow very different trajectories. Some are institutionalized into permanent programs, and others remain adaptive or fluid. So
I have to remind you, we have 30 seconds left. Thank you.
Therefore, temporary urbanism in China is not simply a short-term planning tactic, but a mechanism of institutional adaptation within transitioning governance system. It mediates a country's shift from quantitative to quality by offering controlled flexibility. Yeah, that's all. And let me quickly introduce our new research cluster in Barracks School of Planning named Alternative Urbanism, and led by Dr. Philippa Wunderlich and Professor Lauren Andrews. And you can scan the QR code or just simply Google the Alternative Urbanism on the website, and you will find that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this informative presentation, and I would like to thank all our wonderful speakers for their generous and insightful and thought-provoking contributions to this seminar. This has been so inspiring so far. And let me conclude the second session on vacant urban spaces as alternative potential. So the speaker vacant and residual urban spaces are far from empty. Rather, they hold layered social, cultural, and ecological value and possibilities that challenge how we define value, use, and transformation in cities. Across different contexts, we have seen how temporary action, community initiatives, artistic practices, and ecological processes can reveal new pathways for regeneration and collective engagement. So we can now open the floor for questions and discussion. A reminder that if you would like to ask a question, please share it in the Q&A box, or you can use the raise hand feature. You're more than welcome to participate and engage with the discussion and join the conversation. So if you have any question, I can take it from here. Yes, Roxana?
Hi everyone. My question is to Ming Lejeng. So you were talking about the organic adaptation. So could you please explain more about it? And one more thing is, how can we can negotiate this organic adaptation in the governance?
The adaptive governance is actually a theory proposed by the Lauren Andrews in her new book and new articles. And the negotiate process is have a lot of activities in 10 years about the land use in rural land area, because the rural land area is organized by the collectivities residents, which is different from the urban area. Urban land is state-owned, totally state-owned, but the rural land cannot be used by the urban residents. So they have a negotiation between, because the artists want to rent the rural land and a house in the rural area, but that's illegal. So the artist and the local government had negotiated about these legal issues now, and they have proposed a new model, like although the rural land still cannot be buy or be bought or rent by urban residents, but we can have a long-term rent, like 10 years, 20 years, but not just 2 years, one years. So that will they can negotiate through this hybrid governance process.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other questions on the floor? Okay, Danu.
Yes, thank you for all the presenters. I have a question for Aisha Melda. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. That was very interesting question. A very interesting presentation regarding the quarries. And I want to ask, what makes the quarries fundamentally different from other types of urban voids, like in terms of ecological potential or social meaning? Is it far different between quarries, voids, and the other kind of voids, in your opinion? Thank you.
Could you please repeat the last part? I couldn't get through.
Yeah, my main question is actually, what is the fundamental difference between quarries void and the other type of voids?
Oh, okay. The thing is, in other voids, sometimes it can be just related with topsoil part, and deeper level is not that maybe into consideration state. But with the quarries, it's not just about removing the topsoil, after the topsoil, also diving into more deep part and actually creating creating a problem for the landscape, because it's like creating a scar on the landscape. But these types, again, it might change location to location, because the ones I mentioned was much more close to the city. So they are actually not that much deep quarries. So actually that's changed the research completely. For example, there is also quarries which is the northern side of the Italy, and they are completely different on completely different level. So like taking them from urban aspect and also the more wild landscape aspects, yeah, completely change. I would say for this one, again, this not that much deep quarries, more related with the topsoil part, if I answered your question.
Yeah. It's answering my question. Thank you so much.
Thank you too. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. I have a question actually for Abi, Hafiza, Arum, and Andy. Two engaging presentations, and the question in my mind was how did youth leadership shift local power dynamics? And in your cases, what mostly influenced the scale and nature of youth involvement in transforming the space?
Okay, thank you for the question. So it's about the leaders, right? The how the leaders influence the the movement. Actually, it started with the initiative, not from the leaders, but from the youngsters, from us, from the residents first, and then we approach the leaders to about the project, and then the leaders they actually very supportive about our insights, our perspective, and actually not everybody, but so in our level of leaders, there's in below the RW, it's RT. RT is the chief of the neighborhood. It's around maybe head of 80 families, and one of the chief is very agree with our approach that the Branhang should become the emergency facility in case there are emergency situation that needs to be handled. So if it is not accessible, the chief, who is very care about the unpredictable situation, eventually will understand the importance of the brand house. So we also invite the outsiders. The purpose is to make the residents have a higher importance of the movement. So they will encourage the residents, encourage the residents to do more care more about their neighborhoods. Do you want to add more?
The volunteer of the outsider is very important to encourage, because we know that our area is we didn't have a lot of another perspective, and we need the outsider to come to join us to our movement. So the leader, all of the leader know, oh, that is important. Need to triggering the movement. So I think the volunteering for the outsider is very important. We invite the artist, designer, researcher, so the neighborhood notice about our movement, and they triggering the knowledge about the brand gun.
Yeah. For notes here, because the brand hang is actually has been used in several times, and it will be a conflict. It will trigger conflict if we do something about it. So some of the leaders doesn't know how to
manage the conflict.
They don't prepare to have the conflict with the residents. So, but one of them is ready. Ready, and his brand hang is actually empty, and he said that we need to do more about it to make the households understand the importance of the emergency exits, and but others is like they want to play safe actually, but eventually when one brand hang is already been done, the other neighbors look at it and they want to implement it in their neighborhood. Is it answer the question?
Yeah. That's quite nice. Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Would you like to add on that?
Yeah, I
sure.
will add your question for our side. If Mas Andi and Mbak Arum said that the one thing that important is outsider have to join the movement from the local sites, right? But in our case, we are as outsider also need the local champion to join the movement and also to get more have more spirits and also have more deeply connected to the site, because as we know, like after the initiation is done, who will maintain the space, right? Like it's also the local leaders and also local champion that is have to maintain the space, and also local community. And this is actually one of our challenge in Kopo Park, because the stakeholder management is bit missed in the first place. So we have to engage them informally and formally. So in the next time, hopefully the management of the park is better than now, because one of the challenge that we had is not all the space is done like our expectations. Like mostly some of facilitations are lost because there's like a security things that we have to consider at first, but we missed it. So the stakeholder management in the first place is the important thing to do, I think. Maybe Via and Abi would add it more.
Maybe if I could add, we also would like to emphasize on the youth as our main actors of the project, because there's a rising trend on global youth involvement in urbanism process, and they help heighten awareness on urban issues to the local government. And as we know, in our project, the problem lies on the mismanagement with the local governments from the top to bottom approach. That's why we focus our project on the more youth-led approach, and because the youth actually have a more creative and potential ideas, but in most cases they are limited by their access from the adult stakeholders. That's why we try to approach this project from another different point of view. I think that's all from me.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the speakers for this insightful discussion. I would like to add the final question from my side to Agnese, which was an interesting presentation about using art in spatial practices. So if you are still with us, my question is, can temporary art preserve memory, or does it just give a new identity to be preserved later? for the space.
I think Agnes already left from the
okay.
room. Yeah, she had something to do, I think.
Okay. Bad luck for me. So, do we have any other questions for the speakers? Okay. I think we can conclude this session. Thank you for all the speakers and the audience for the discussion and the engaging presentations. We will now bring. I will just hand over to Danu to guide us through the next parts of the schedule. And thank you again. And this is the end of session 2.
Of the urbanized part of the city. And so for us, we are confronting it in this way. So how we can activate these spaces. So what is basically activation for us is basically is understood for us as a low threshold, reversible, community-led transformation that can proceed to a formal upgrading. So these examples here, we have the example of Matosinhos municipality itself, which they had this project of Porta, which means green at the door. And here the Regador project in Lisbon, which also the void was transformed again to a orto, to a green spaces. And for us, basically, this activation is about temporarily cleaning days or collective maintenance or pop-up gathering spaces or informal play areas, micro gardens, smaller scale furniture or shadings, even tactical marking of path and boundaries. Our main research questions are basically these two, that how this gamified co-design support informal activation in these AUG spaces in order to enable the residents to negotiate their priorities, to tell what is their priorities, to test their scenarios and build collective ownership, and also how the residents can they can get empowered through these processes. And our method, it's gamified urban design, basically through digital tools. We want to basically create a game, not clear yet if it's going to be a web or platform, but it's through gamification, because game is going to be a mechanic for us to motivate the engagement process through learning, collaboration, and decision making, which leads us to a serious game. There are many games, applications, websites, and relate games, basically digitalized tools in order to create these participatory processes. We studied all of them, but then most of them, and these are some of the examples. As a digital innovation, we studied the CODAS, which was designed by MIT students for Ang Sila town in Thailand, which was a platform for the residents in order to raise their voice, to say what they need for their spaces and what it lacks. And on another hand, we have also non-digitalized study as a Hakim Tan, the city, which was sort of activation. It's more like a hearing or a workshop without any digitalized tools. And at the end, we made this diagram, which this is what we aim. It's to, with residents, and voids and the rules, to create a shared priorities and to come up with a micro interventions. And our contribution, and also why we thought that this might fit in your Beyond the Void to your seminar, is we divided it in 3 categories. Conceptual wise, it's vacant spaces in AUGs. For us, it's not latent or leftover. They are basically spaces that they have this potential or possibility to have commons, urban commons. And methodology-wise, gamified co-design, it's going to support our informal activation. And we hope that this becomes a practice that we can use it in any city, in any part of the world, and it's not only dedicated to AUGI. And at the end,
sorry to interrupt, just a gentle reminder.
Yes.
You have 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I'm taking time. And finally, this work positions playful digital tools as a civic infrastructure for activating voids through informal community-led practices. It's over. 1 minute more. Okay, done. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mina, for your wonderful presentation. I actually learned a lot from your wonderful presentation. So hopefully we'll get question after the end of the session. So we are going to our next presenter. So if Gabriel is ready, so we can start Gabriel's presentation.
Maybe I will start right now.
Yeah, the floor is yours. You can start.
Thank you. Hi. I'm sorry for what happened before. I'm Gabriel. I'm a sculptor, and now I am studying for my doctoral degree at art practice in ITB, Indonesia. So in this presentation, I will discuss about artscape as a strategy for activating void space using the Teras Cihamplas, Bandung as a contextual case study. Next, please. Yes, next. All right. Bandung is the capital city of the West Java province, and it's the fourth largest city in Indonesia after Jakarta, Surabaya, and Medan, with 2.5 million inhabitants. And the city is still subject to rapid growth expansion of its urban built-up area. Next. Bandung is one of the Indonesia's top cities with the economy that grew by 7.79%, and it's driven by its thriving creative, tourism, and manufacturing, also education industry. Next. Bandung, also known as a heritage-rich city in Indonesia, shaped by colonial urban planning. Next. Now, Bandung is widely recognized as a creative city and has been designated as from UNESCO Creative City of Design since 2015. This recognition reflects a strong creative ecosystem and position design as a tool for urban development. Next. As a case, I want to talking about Teras Cihamplas. Teras Cihamplas was conceived as a curated urban artscape integrating architecture, commerce, and public circulation. However, the absence of a long-term stewardship and adaptive programming led to a gradual loss of a social relevance, transforming it into an urban void. Next. For detailed information, Teras Cihamplas is an elevated pedestrian skywalk located above Cihamplas Street in Bandung, one of the city's most active commercial corridor. Next. The main structure extends approximately around 450 meters in length. Especially, the skywalk is organized into linear segments that combine circulation paths, commercial stalls, and communal areas for resting and social interaction. Next. Before its formal redevelopment, Cihamplas functioned as an informal artscape, where a large-scale visual display there, and these art-like interventions were deeply embedded within the local urban culture, However, the subsequent redevelopment process removed this expression from the public space, leaving a perspectival void in aesthetic engagement and collective urban enthusiasm. Next. Yes, this presentation asks a critical question. How does the creative identity translate into the lived condition of public space? And how does the connection between creative identity and spatial reality? Next. These conditions suggest a gap between creativity as a policy and creativity as a spatial practice. This presence of urban voids within a creative city indicates not a lack of design capacity, but a structural limitation in long-term spatial governance. Next. This research also asks about how artscape can function as a spatial strategy to reactive urban void in Bandung through stakeholder engagement, embodied experience, and public interaction, rather than through symbolic or just decorative intervention. Next. Yes, I will use for analytic lens. The first is spatial analysis, and then historical temporal reading. The third is social mapping, and the fourth is examination of potential approach method. Next. Next. Okay. I'm sorry. Back to slide before. Yeah. Based on my personal assessment, actually, there are several methodological approaches that can be applied when engaging both stakeholder and public in Bandung. Among these options, the social participatory approach is the most appropriate as an initial strategy to foster a shared sense of the ownership. Next. Next. Yes, the slide before, I'm sorry. Yeah, an example of the application of the social participatory method is similar with condition of terrace plus is the Sigit River Revitalisation project in Johor Bahru, Malaysia, 2018. I was involved in this project as one of the invited artists and contributing directly to both the artistic and participatory process. This project was initiated by IRDA, Malaysia Office Governmental Cultural Institution, in collaboration with Think City Malaysia, also with Bandung Creative City Forum from Indonesia. Next. Yeah, this project involves not only visual artists, but also designers, art educators, graffiti artists, muralists, lecturers from art school and private art instructor. Next. Each participant was allowed to present their personal artistic concept in this project and following an initial pass of site-based research. This research included surveys of the physical environment, public behavior, local culture, and the area's historical background, for ensuring that each proposal was contextually grounded. Next. These individual artistic proposals were then evaluated through direct engagement with the general public. The community members were invited to provide feedback, critique, and suggestion. All participants engaged in open dialogue with the public without bureaucratic barriers. Next.
Hi, sorry to interrupt you. You have 2 minutes remaining.
Okay, 2 minutes. I think it's enough. Okay, all the public city stakeholder feedback and response were systematically archived and managed as a part of a project data framework. Next. Maybe next. We can skip this. Okay, so this synthesized idea were further refined and realized in the form of three-dimensional design and scale model, and then were then represented to the public through the official city government website, ensuring transparency throughout the process. Next. And next, I'm sorry. Okay, why a participatory approach is applicable to Teras Cihampelas? Because the participatory approach is particularly applicable to Teras Cihampelas because the site is characterized by a high concentration of creative individual and strong sense of informal ownership. Next, the last is for the conclusion, when creative communities are excluded from the process of spatial and artistic decision-making, participatory potential can gradually turn into disengagement. Over time, this condition may evolve into a time bomb of a public indifference. For Bandung people, Cihampelas void space are not empty. They are disconnect. Artscape offer a way to reconnect spirit, memorize, and public life. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Gabriel,
yes. Thank you so much.
Insightful presentation. We'll have more questions at the end of the session. Hope you will be waiting until the end.
Yes, thank you.
So we are moving to our next presenter. So our next presenter is Jolene Lee, and the presenter will be presenting on politics of the urban void. Temporal fared as an oracle of the democratic city. So, are you there?
Yes, hello.
Yeah, can you please share your slide?
Yes, I will do so. All right, do you see the screen?
Yeah, I can see.
Sorry, 1 second. Let me share it again with the sound. I would like to start with there will not be a sound, but I'll start with a short trailer.
Okay.
So, hello, my name is Jolene Lee. I'm an architect, researcher, and consultant based in Berlin. I'm also the initiator of Architects for Tempelfeld. Today, I'll be presenting Politics of the Urban Void, Tempelfeld as an oracle of the democratic city. So this is not a case of design intervention. It is a case of disciplinary reaction to the instrumentalization of our profession. This is not a story about activating a vacant space. It is about how we as architects, landscape architects, and urban planners defend a space that has already been democratically fought for. Our reaction is not to design more, but to protect the conditions that allow this space to remain open. And I want to show you why this reaction matters far beyond Berlin. So at 355 hectares, Tempelfeld is one of the largest urban voids in the world, not because it was forgotten, but because it was deliberately kept open through a democratic decision. From its history as a Prussian military ground in the 19th century, to the construction of the monumental airport during the Nazi regime, to its role as a central site of Berlin airlift during the Soviet blockade, and later as a US airbase throughout the Cold War. And finally as a commercial airport until its closure in 2008. Until then, Tempelhof Airport as a whole functioned as a powerful symbol of Western presence in divided Berlin. What happened after 2008 is where the politics of the void begin. The closure of Tempelhof Airport in 2008 triggered Berlin's first referendum, the highest form of direct democracy. So the 2008 referendum asked whether the commercial airport should remain in operation. Only 36.1% voted in favor, failing to meet the required threshold. So in 2009, Berliners began to occupy the fenced-off site and demand public access, while the city simultaneously launched an idea competition with 77 entries. The action, called Squat Tempelhof, marked a key moment of protest for the field. It directly contributed to the partial public opening of the former airport. So they opened only the field, and with it the separation of governance between the airport building and the airport field itself. In 2014, under increasing development pressure, a second referendum was held to keep the field unbuilt. Led by citizens group called 100% Tempelhof, 64.3% voted in favor, forming the basis of the THF law that continues to protect the field today. Across Berlin's recent history of direct democracy, Tempelhof has been subject of two major referenda, making it a landmark of both spatial and democratic resistance. This law protects the field not as a green space, but as a non-building space. And this is rare globally, as vacancy itself is what is legislated. Fast forward 10 years to today, Tempelhof is still at risk. Legal protection did not end the conflict. If we look at the land use plan, it remains that it is in direct tension with the law. It continues to designate parts of the field, including green areas, as potential building land. The threat today is not demolition, but the gradual erosion of meaning and intent. So in 2024, the Berlin Senate launched another idea competition to reimagine the field. This was the very moment that led to the founding of Architects for Tempelhof, and it was not a spontaneous reaction, but a response grounded in a longer history of Berlin, one that repeats whenever spaces of collective value are reframed as opportunities for development. So Architects for Tempelhof is not an exception, but one of the latest chapters in a much longer Berlin history of spatial resistance shaped from below. So over 1 year of organizing and mobilizing and staying close contact with the citizens group 100% Tempelhof, Architects for Tempelhof has built a counter-narrative through public assemblies, open letters, infiltrating the idea competition of 2024, publication, and sustained presence on the field. It is a story of architects uniting around a set of shared positions. The first is RE Do Not Build, an open letter addressed to the Berlin's Department of Urban Development, calling for the THF law to remain intact. To build is to destroy, a quote borrowed from Charlotte Malte-Barth, the initiator of moratorium on new construction. We submitted this collage and statement as a provocation to the idea competition, arguing that once building begins, even at the edges, there is no clear endpoint. This submission formed half of the 164 entries to the idea competition, echoing the sentiment of do not build. The Feld is not for sale, addressing the logic of land politics of Berlin. While the city no longer formally sells land, 99-year leases without binding restrictions on use, access, or affordability function in practice as a form of sale.
Hey, just a quick reminder, you have 2 minutes left.
If architecture is understood not only as a production of form, but as the shaping of conditions, then refusal becomes a legitimate architectural operation. So our project is therefore not a design proposal, but a refusal to propose one. And refusing doesn't mean not doing anything. It means learning to read what is already there and understanding why it is so often ignored. So Tempelhof is not empty. These uses are just invisible to the planning tools, and informality is mistaken for absence. Is it empty because of its name? Because of planning categories? Or because we have learned to only see value when something is built? What if it's called Temple of Berg, Temple of Hill? Does this change the interest to capitalize land? And this framing becomes especially visible when the field is mobilized as a solution to Berlin's housing crisis. So let's be honest, building on this land does not necessarily solve the housing crisis of Berlin. If we look closely, the question is not whether housing is needed, it's that we need an affordable housing. So when we see such proposals from year 2025 claiming to solve the problem elegantly, we realize that this entire issue is a political one. Are we trying to create a new skyline for Berlin with luxury apartments, or are we trying to solve the affordable housing crisis? This is why Tempelfeld matters beyond its size and location. And this is why I see Tempelfeld as an oracle, not because it predicts the future, but because what happens to it will show us in what democratic states we live in. In a moment of overlapping crises, these priorities matter more than ever. So it brings me to the last open questions. Can vacancy be a democratic right? Can planning systems plan for non-building? And what is our professional responsibility when citizens say no? So I invite you to look at our network, join it, translate this question into other contexts, defend openness where it already exists, and sometimes the most radical architectural act is to not build. Thank you.
Thanks for the excellent presentation. I really enjoyed it. Hopefully we'll have some questions after the end of the session. So please wait until the end. And we are moving forward to our next presenter. So we have Vichakshana Abhirathan. I'm sorry for if I'm spelling wrong. So she will be presenting on the Living Forge, Kirkstall Forge Living Lab for Regenerative Urbanism and Urban Design Strategy for Community-Led Interim Land Use. The floor is yours.
Can you see the screen and can you?
Yeah, I can see your screen. Yeah.
Hello everyone, I'm Vichakshana Abhirathan and I'm going to present the project, The Living Forge, which is a community-led meanwhile use strategy for Kirkstall Forge in Leeds. As this, at the heart of the project, it's one simple question. It is, what can a place do while it is waiting? So instead of seeing waiting as a failure of inactivity, this project explores how waiting time can become a productive, social, and meaningful for the city. So the project drew from two main inspirations, both coming directly from the local context. One is about people and community practice, and the other one is about the site that exists physically but largely overlooked in everyday life. So the first inspiration came from observing community-led projects in Leeds in the surrounding area, particularly through the work of Grace from Sparking Community. What really struck me was the participation. They didn't come from having spare time. It was a particular amount of commitment where these middle-income residents with a busy work schedule came together, consistently showed up and shaped their third spaces. That made me realize that something important. Participation is not missing in cities. What's missing is the access. So with that, the question becomes, how can urban design lower the threshold of people to take part? So when it comes to the site itself, I hope you can see the video playing on. And Kirkstall Forge is surrounded by movements, trains, commuters, and daily routines. But despite all of these activities, the site itself remained disconnected, both socially as well as spatially. And it exists within movements, but as a part of everyday urban life, but that doesn't connect to the everyday urban life. And that contrast become a key drive for this project. As you can see, it's it's really active all around the site, but the site is quite closed, disconnected from the urban context, which is a really common thing in this these kind of suburban developments. So Kirkstall today reflects a largely suburban condition within the Leeds city, with all the types of different housing patterns and fragmented pedestrian routes and all the connectivities. Historically, however, this site was closely connected to the Kirkstall Abbey, which is one of the most Leeds' most important heritage landmark. And today, there's no physical or visual connections, only the name remains together. So the most important and the nice thing about this site is this has a properly developed proposal, a long-term vision, which is quite a nice one, which incorporates the ecology, neighborhood and everything, and as well as the city connectivities. But however, despite of these years of planning and everything, it remains unbuilt. So the site is kind of abandoned. But I might say that site is in a pause. So this led me to identify part of wider condition in this city, Leeds, as there are so many stalled development projects. As these projects across the city, main sites are planned and approved, but temporarily inactive due to different reasons. So this matters in different ways. As the basis of the urban design, we would say, as Kevin Lynch reminds us that cities rely on legibility, and Jane Jacobs emphasized the active edges and safety and vitality, and especially Henry Leufer gives that urban spaces should be lived, not locked away while waiting for capital. So with that, I studied in a way what was more about rethinking what participation actually means. It is not just about communities, it is also involved in ecological, economical, institutional, and as well as timely connection. And I believe that urban voids appear when these layers fail to align. And so instead of offering a fixed solution, I thought of having a mediator between systems that can activate these stalled development in the cities. So before proposing any interventions, I analyzed the site throughout 4 overlapping layers: movements and access, where people already pass through; edges and barriers, where the disconnection occurs; and ecological outcomes, especially the river and the floodplain; and social proximity, where community activities already exist nearby but not incorporated in these sites, and communities being thrown away from the site. So,
I want to take privilege to remind you that you have 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I will go fast as possible. So
yeah,
the key rule guided to this proposal was nothing should be blocked from the future development. So this is more about activating abandoned sites until the development starts beginning. So all my ideas were lightweight, reversible, and designed to support, not to compete with the long-term plans. And what I was inspired from is Wellington Place, which is a major development at the moment in the Leeds city, where they did some meanwhile interventions, and I studied about the real situation, about the community, the council involvement, the stakeholder involvement in this kind of a project. What can we take from them, because they are also a driven factor of most of the lands in an urban context. So my design had 3 main phases, which is the first one makes the site visible, the second one makes the site productive, And the third one makes the site experimental, where I thought of having all these connections to make this kind of a site quite activated, and let's leave it aside in an urban context. So the master plan was more about activating edges and driving people in and creating connections all throughout the site, and especially all throughout the neighborhood. And phase one is about introduction, walkways, weaves, lighting, and small details to the major landmarks, like having a tower or something like that, and creating a focal point, and still incorporating detailing where you can connect to the history as well as being temporal, and yeah, and then the phase two was about the working space. It consists with the farmers market, where you can have the community connected, and then there's a cafe, and then all the details. I've incorporated all the details to be temporal. I'll skip them. And there's a old mill that I converted into a cafe that brings another part of the community. And then I incorporate a learning center. So I identified different kind of users in this neighborhood that I can connect all together to the design, so that every part of the community around is getting connected in this kind of a site. And third part is about experimenting, and this is about encouraging social interactions and making it continue throughout the way. So this includes greenhouses, allotments, workshops, and ecological zones, including a living lab. So these are so none of these structures are permanent, or none of these designs are permanent. These are to be adapted and continued and tested and let go, or maybe stayed before fixed into a city, and reduce the risk while it is more about reducing the risk of having a permanent intervention to this kind of
Hi, just a quick reminder, your time's up.
Yeah,
Can
just
you
the
please?
last one.
Yeah,
So this
finish
project is
waiting.
all about not all about filling empty land. It is about redefining development process. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks for the wonderful presentation. It was very informative. So we are about to end our session, and we have one presenter remaining. So before we move to our next presenter, I just want to invite the audience to prepare some question. And if you prefer not to speak, please feel free to write your question in the chat box. And we'll try to ask our speakers to answer the question. So we are moving to our last presenter, who is Farhana Sharmin. She will be presenting on Shared Street for Shared Future, activating urban voice by converting neighborhood streets into social, ecological, and economic commons. Are you there, Farhana?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Can
the
you hear
floor is
me?
yours. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you
Okay.
share your slide, please?
Yes. A minute. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Okay, I know we are running out of time. I'll finish quickly.
Yeah,
right.
please.
Okay. So hi everyone, I'm Farhana Sharmin. I'm a second year PhD student at the University of Leeds. So the title of my presentation today is Shared Street for Shared Future, which is about activating urban voids by converting neighborhood streets into social, ecological, and economic commons. Before going to the main idea of today's presentation, I just briefly want to share about my research. So I am researching on ensuring circular economy into UK construction. So as we all know that well-known circular economy concept has been criticized by some researcher for its energy-intensive behavior, but this problem can be solved by focusing on the 4 flows of circular economy. So the first flow is narrowing the loop, which means using less. So use less resources, and the next one is slowing the loop, which is encourages you to reuse items again and again so that it can stay in the loop for longer. Next flow is closing the loop, which is recycling, bringing it back to the cycle, and finally regenerating, meaning make it clean, take it to its like original form. So while the recycling and regenerating consumes plenty of energy, if we focus into narrowing down, it can help us to make our any development sector circular without generating a lot of carbon. So it can be sustainable at the same time circular. So in my research, I will mainly focus in narrowing down the loop. It means reducing our consumption behavior. So as I'm looking into the construction industry, so if we see that in the UK, only construction, demolition, and excavation accounts for 60% of material use and waste generation, which is huge among all the development sector. And if I look deeper into the construction sector, more than 85% of UK's buildings are residential. So to ensure the circularity in the construction sector, I wanted to focus on the residential buildings mainly. And among the existing residential buildings, we already have 73% of the homes are underoccupied. It means it has 2 or more extra bedrooms than they need. And to maintain that space, we are emitting 11.7 tons of carbon dioxide every year, which is huge amount. So I found this is a genuine research problem and wanted to find out how can we utilize our existing housing stock in an efficient way. By narrowing down the loop, it means how can I convince people to live happy, but still they can consume less space. Right. Then I come to know about the idea of co-housing and shared housing, where people live in where housing, a neighborhood or a housing works as a total unit, like a maybe extended joint family. So I visited several projects. Here only I'm sharing some information from only 3 projects only. So if I look into the data, so in Cannock Mill project, it is in Colchester. So they have 23 homes and they are occupying 35 people, and it is built on 1320 square meter of area. Whereas I just calculated the next neighborhood to that project, having the same economic value and other values. To accommodate 23 homes, they have occupied 2,332 square meter of areas. And I have noticed this significant difference between land use in almost in all the, when I compared the co-housing projects with the regular conventional UK houses. So the question is how the co-housing projects are ensuring a better life, a more sociable life, serving their purpose of a home, but still they are having a better life than the regular conventional UK housings. So I have noticed that they have common shared dining and living space and guest rooms. They have, instead of having a bigger garden with their own home, everyone do not have a bigger garden. They have a very big land which works as a common garden, and they work there together, they serve there together. And then they do share cars. So for an example, for the first co-housing project, they have 23 homes but only 12 cars, and those cars serve very well. Those cars serve very well their purpose. And then they have common tools and laundry facilities and many more common facilities which they share together. So from this, I have identified why don't we use these ideas into our regular conventional homes and make use of the extra space we already have in our existing housing stock, which can significantly reduce the amount of new homes we will build. So this idea works because in the co-housing projects, they have spaces or common spaces which they share. They are active in a very common space. Even if you are not participating in the activity, you can have some visual contact, so which helps them to know their neighbors. So in a conventional housing, if I think my case, I don't know who lives next door, but in their home, they know their neighbors very, very well because they have common space and activity to share together. So what is the common space in our regular neighborhood? It's the street in between. So if it is not very active street, it can be considered most of the neighboring street in the residential areas in the UK. We have seen those are all not very active. All the streets are not very active, but those are still covering a plenty of gray area in the neighborhood and also used only for car park and something like that. So what if we convert this common area to this urban void to interactive place for people? So it can enhance the collaboration and opportunity to connect with your neighbors more, and which will eventually enhance the opportunity to incorporate the co-housing ideas into the conventional neighborhood existing building stock. So what I shown you in the last slide can be called as a U-nerve or living street or a shared street. So what is a shared street? A shared street is a street which enhances the pedestrian movement and minimize the vehicular movement. So vehicles will travel maybe in a pedestrian speed, and it creates a supportive and safer place for the neighborhood. So if I look into the picture, so the left side is a regular street, which have a plenty of gray area. It's for car and no other activity. And the right hand side is the same street. If we convert it to a U-nerve, it will still serve the purpose, but it will have more semi-paved area and green space for public activity, and it will be a more active street. So converting to the less busy roads to U-nerve, we can make this kind of residential streets to this. Right, so there are some main considerations when you are converting a street to a U-nerve. So it has to be less traffic volume, absence of through traffic. So we have to ensure inclusive design for disabled users, look into the surface material to differentiate between the main road and a U-nerve. We can use street furniture.
Farhana, sorry to interrupt you. You
Sorry.
have 2 minutes remaining.
Okay, parking and loading management, so and many more. So now if I look into a regular random neighborhood in Leeds in LS16, I can see that there are some main roads which we need to ensure that traffic circulation is we do not want to block the traffic circulation in the main road, but if we look closer, then we can see some neighboring street which has less traffic circulation, and converting these streets to U-nerve, we can create neighboring social relation to these areas. If I look more closer to the road, so this road, if we convert it to this, so we can have some common parking areas instead of having parking in front of each home, and then we will get some space to make some pavement and some space for public activity. So doing this, what can we ensure? So it can ensure the social bonding. The U-nerve can be a gigantic frontier for the homes. It can be a shared space for interaction. It can be a space for public amenity, a safe play area. It can also be an economic hub, and researchers found that more inviting street attract foot traffic. Pedestrians spend up to 60% more time in the street if they have this kind of activity available. And how can it help environmentally? So it can be a environmental hub via this pedestrian activity, which will provide environmental benefit, reduce pollution, fewer traffic, and integration of greeneries. So yeah. So these are the references I have used to prepare my presentation, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Farhana, for your insightful presentation. And I would like to thank all the presenters for their insightful contribution. And thank you so much to all audience for your engagement. This session has highlighted the diverse ways urban vacant spaces can be reimagined through participatory and innovative approaches. And all the presentation, what it connects is a shared shift in thinking from seeing urban void as a problem to understand them as active spaces shaped by people, practices, and care, often outside of the formal planning framework. So we have seen different contexts, and these projects reveal how informality, whether social, ecological, or participatory, is central to activating urban voids and making cities more resilient and inclusive. And rather than asking how first voids can be developed, this presentation also invites us to ask what void can teach us about democracy, care, ecology, and collective urban life. I was personally very much interested on this session because this session is quite relevant to my research, as I'm also doing my PhD on informal conservation practices. So from this presentation, I also have learned a lot, and I would like to thanks to all the presenters once again for your insightful discussion. And I think we have some time for our brainstorming, and we learned a lot from these presentations. Thanks once again. And before moving forward to the Q&A session, may I kindly request you to switch on your cameras for a group photograph, and it would be very lovely to capture everyone together. Anu, can you please take the photograph?
Yes, I will. Ready, 3, 2, 1. I will capture several. There are 2 screens, so I will capture.
Still,
twice.
we can see many faces.
Yeah. Are you ready, all? 3, 2, 1. Okay, and the next pages. 3, 2, 1. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, Danu. So now we are moving forward to our last session, Q&A session, and I would like to kindly invite all the audience to ask question to the presenter, and if you don't prefer not to speak, please feel free to write your question in the chat box. Any question, please?
I think there's a question in the chat box, Roxana.
Yeah. So
maybe Liana, can you open your camera and ask the questions if you wish? And Farhana also has a question.
Yeah, Farhana, can you please ask?
Hello, hi. So I have 2 questions for 2 presenters. So the first question is for Gabriel. So yeah, I understand the Artscape offers a compelling approach to activating urban voids, but I'm curious whether you considered incorporating functional programs such as informal play areas for a small scale enterprise into your Artscape, and do you think adding such uses could enhance its social and spatial value?
Yeah, actually, I still don't confident to answer this question. Okay, because there's a little bit conflict of interest in this area. Actually, for what we call it, enterprise and the mall beside there's a big mall in inside the street actually. Then I think that's something that we have to sit down together with the government to solve this problem. And I still don't know how we as a public see the solution from any stakeholder in there. I hope this will answer your question.
No problem. Okay. Okay, I have another question for Vichakshana. Is it correct?
Vichakshana, yeah, it's okay.
Okay. So from my presentation, you have come to know that my research is circular economy, so I'm really concerned about this. So in the context of embracing the concept of circular economy, which aims to minimize the consumption, so do you believe constructing temporary structures to utilize the vacant spaces you have shown could be beneficial? Additionally, have you thought about any possibility of repurposing these structures after use?
Yeah. So I couldn't explain the details of these structures. So other than the structures that I've already used, the existing infrastructure, like the old mill and all the other infrastructure that I introduce, either adaptations of the main design or else all of them can be. So I specially detailed them to either you can reassemble, take all the parts off and then reassemble it in another place as the same structure. So it's like sort of creating a Lego set kind of a thing. So I detailed in a way like that. So some of the structures like farmers market and the lab areas can be dismantled and then used as anything else, or again fixed in another place as same as the structure was there. So, and then the other spaces are to be used in the same space. So that's why I incorporated the main design. So when the plan design comes in, those some of the structures will be used in the design itself, and others will be taken away and used in another space for either for the same purpose or maybe in a different purpose. So it's kind of a sustainable use of structures and sustainable use of materials and fixing methods. Especially, I thought about the fixing methods that you can quickly dismantle the structures and then assemble it in another place. And I thought about the way of transportation and all the structures. So all these details included was about them, like how to dismantle and connect them together in another space. So temporariness is not quite temporary in the thing itself, design itself. So it can be used in another space.
Okay, thank you. That's all. I have no more questions.
Yeah, and do we have any more questions?
Shall I answer the one from Liana?
Yeah.
Yeah, Liana asked what kinds of alternative spaces have the most potential for housing in Berlin, and also what kind of policy reform is needed. I think these are the correct questions which we are also focusing on at the moment as a city. Of course, one thing that I also pointed out during my keynote is about politics and what they prioritize in terms of city development. And of course, there are many potentials from what you already mentioned, like the empty office spaces, abandoned industrial complex, or low density industrial complex, empty parking garages, or even reuse of housing. I mean, in general, Berlin is quite low in terms of the height of buildings. I think for most parts of the city, we're on 5 to 6 floors, and this was a law from a long time ago. So there could be also chances to add 1 or 2 stories on top. But all of this would be not per se helping the affordable housing crisis, which I pointed out, without any policy reform. And one of it is probably rent control. I think there was a attempt to freeze rent a couple of years ago, but it got overturned again. And on the other hand, there is also another referendum that already passed, which was to expropriate or to make sure that there's no monopoly in terms of housing ownership or like large housing complex ownerships, so that they cannot fix a price as they wish, because this is somehow what's happening after COVID, I would say after 2020, to the real estate market of Berlin. So I would say there are options of what can be done. We're not running out of ideas per se. It's more of like who is in the power to make these changes.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions, Saja? Please.
Yeah, thank you for all the presentations. I have a question for Farhana. I wonder how safety and privacy are addressed in the shared street model that you shared, and particularly in the co-housing context.
Yes, so it's really interesting. After visiting the co-housing projects, what I have realized that it's really a good idea where you will have the safety and privacy. If you choose to be private, if you don't want to interact with people, you will have that opportunity in that model. And if you want to socialize, if you want to cooperate, you can do that. So converting the less active streets, like which doesn't have much traffic, to owner for shared street is not going to hamper the privacy inside the house. It is going to make the street only very active. Then again, it can only be done if the residents of that neighborhood wants to do the conversion. And I don't find any kind of like instead the security will be enhanced, to be honest, because there will be more people in the road, there will be more activity, there will be more socializing. So I think instead of having a very empty street, a vacant street, if we convert it to an active place, it will ensure more security. And in terms of privacy, UNERF is going to happen. If it happens, it will be happening in a public street, not the private street. So which is anyway going to be used by the neighbors only. So after converting it to UNERF, whatever activity they do there, extra activity, that is also going to be done by the neighborhood only, not other people. Yeah, and in any street, even if it is a UNERF or not, any people can come enter. So the function will be the same, but it will be more active.
Any more questions? I have a question to Mina. I just want to ask, like, what kind of residents can be mostly engaged through gamification, and whom we can exclude from this gamification? Mina, are you there? I think she left. So if there is no question, we can conclude the session. And I want to thank everyone for your patience hearing, for your engagement, and for your contribution in this session. It was really inspiring and motivating to know your ideas and thoughts about the urban voice and different aspects of participatory approaches. So thank you so much, everyone. Hope we will see in our future events. And I would like to hand over the event to Danu, our event coordinator. So bye. Thank you. Danu, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Thank you so much. We are in the same room, so yeah. I'm sorry. There is a double. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Roxana, for chairing the session, the last session, the third session. That was wonderful. And I can see from the chats that really great conversation happening there. And for the last opportunity, I will take this opportunity to thank you, all the participants, especially our keynote speaker, Dr. Widiyani, our leader of architecture and urbanism, Prof. Jihan Salim, also here, and all the chairs, all the my colleagues, and all the audiences, and especially for all the presenters who attend. And I'm sorry I cannot greet you one by one, but I know that I believe that you came here and enrich the discussion of this session wonderfully, and thank you so much. And we will still have, please stay tuned with architecture and urbanism research group, that we still have another session of public seminar approaching. Please stay tuned for the information, and yeah, have a blessed and wonderful the rest of the day whenever you are. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye. Have a nice
Thank you
day.
so much, everyone. It's a pleasure seeing you all, and stay in touch, please.
Yes, bye.
Bye.
Bye.